Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.
Chin up, chest out, without a doubt, standing on business, pushing full principle, and letting the whole damn world know that we ride for ours. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, we gonna stand on that 24/7, 365. If you know what I mean. FBA all day, y'all. Let me see where the family's at, because I need to know. Certified in the place, y'all. It is our time to shine. It is our time to represent, and I need to know how y'all feeling right now. And they need to know the time we on right now, and the whole world needs to know that when FBA step in that ring, when FBA holds down our sons, our daughters, we always win, and that is by a knockout. Certified salute, certified salute, certified salute to the family. Let's go to work, y'all. They could try to intimidate, but you can't intimidate. They can try to scare us. You can't scare us. See, when our lineage gets on certified business, fam, the whole world knows it. And let's just say the whole world know it right now. You goddamn right they do. And we're going to continue to let everybody know, because it's only going to be one way, y'all. It's going to be our way. We played the game before, and now they're going to play ours, because that's the way it is. Yeah. Certified salute, man. FBA Friday. Welcome back into business, y'all. I need all of y'all to smash that like button, share this video. We about to send this one all the way out to the world, y'all. And this is going to be another one. Classic on deck, epic on deck. And a real breakdown of everything that's been going on, because it seems like that we're always calling things out before they happen. Foundational Black Americans, Black Alpha Network, fan, they might as well go ahead and just give us all the awards, because all the awards belong to us. We've been telling everybody it was going to be a hot summer, and let's just say the summer done got a hell of a lot hotter the last few weeks. So let's rewind a little bit, fam, and let's go all the way to the Carmelo Anthony situation, where you had a young brother who defended himself, who stood on his own business and his own principle, and he's still here. Then let's go ahead and fast forward to the Rodney Hinton Jr. situation, where a father had an injustice done to his child, and he protected his child, and he stood on his own business. See, now we're going into a time, y'all, that's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me tell you what that time is. The time that we're living now is the time that we all thought we should have been doing years ago. See, they try to give us all the yes we cans and the hopes and the pleas and the begging so they could stop what's going on today. Damn it, they ain't stopping nothing. It's only getting stronger. It's only getting real. Yeah, city on fire. Telling you right now, I need all my brothers and sisters. I would be remiss if I didn't start off saying this. I need all y'all to be on point this summer. All right, I know you already are, but just take it with a little extra on top of it, fam, because these folks is out there wilding out. We wild out right with them, fam. Let me tell you something. You ain't scared in the system that you've been living in. You ain't running from nothing that's already been here. They say, well, they're going to do this. Well, they've been doing it. All right. Well, they're going to try that. They've been trying it. There ain't nothing that they're going to try to pull, y'all, that they ain't already been doing. If you look in America, the only difference is how we're acting and how we're responding. See, nothing has changed with them. Everything has changed with us. And what do I mean by change with us? I mean in self-defense. I'm talking about protecting. I'm talking about the community standing together. I'm talking about group economics. And everybody who tries us is getting G-checked. That's a great change. I'll take that change every day and twice on Sundays, family. So this is what we're doing right now. And we're going to represent. Yeah, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. You understand? And I'm loving it. And the reason why I'm loving it, family, it seems like every single day you're seeing a brother or sister doing things that you didn't see before. I don't recall a time where you seen these many high-level cases where people were standing on real business. I'm talking about holding your damn self down. The days of the begging and the praying and the hoping and the wishing, fam, brothers and sisters just ain't on that. Nobody's going for that. Nobody's sitting back watching ourselves get harmed and saying, oh, man, let me go pray. Let me go run to Al Sharpton or the NAACP. Man, ain't nobody on that. Ain't nobody. I tell everybody, if you ever love being a foundational Black American, you got to love right now, because right now is different than every other era. All right? That's what it is. And I'm going to go through a whole gang of cases. It's going to be the most certified, strategic, thorough breakdown that you're going to find about everything that's popping, but we're going to do it the real way. You understand? Y'all check this out right here, family. This go to the family, and I need everybody to understand where we got to this situation is how we started. And I want to ask the family right now, do y'all remember this individual right here? Because we gonna always put this man's energy on the table. How many of y'all remember this guy right here? All right, because this is the man that greenlit us. This is the man that tried to subdue us. This is the man that tried to keep us down. There would be no Rodney Hinton Jr. situation if it wasn't for Barack Obama. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you remember Barack Obama and his punctified ways, he's the one who basically told everybody, y'all go get these Black folks as long as they give me the vote. How many of y'all remember this right here?
General reports to me, so I've got to be careful about my statements to make sure that we're not impairing any investigation that's taking place right now. But obviously, this is a tragedy. I can only imagine what these parents are going through. And when I think about this boy, I think about my own kids. And I think every parent in America should be able to understand why it is absolutely imperative that we investigate every aspect of this, and that everybody pulls together, federal, state, and local, to figure out exactly how this tragedy happened. So I'm glad that not only is the Justice Department looking into it, I understand now that the governor of the state of Florida has formed a task force to investigate what's taking place. I think all of us have to do some soul searching to figure out.
We all got to do some soul searching. Do we got to do some soul searching about the system of supremacy? Do we got to do some soul searching about what happened to Ryan Hinton? Do we got to do soul searching for the people who tried to press Carmelo Anthony? Name the name, name the date. Do we got to do soul searching for that, family? Nah. And by the way, how did that task force work out, family? Did the task force work out real good? Did it yield any results? Did it come back and prove to us that we're in a better position? In order to understand the future, you got to know the past, especially calling out the people who put it all on the line.
How does something like this happen? And that means that we examine the laws and the context for what happened, as well as the specifics of the incident. But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. And, I think they are right to expect that all of us as Americans are.
All of us as Americans. Has he said Black one time? Has he said the system of supremacy? Has he said anti-Black racism? This is what happens when you elect a tether. When you get a tether and you try to put them in position to speak on behalf of us, you get all these people of color talk, all of us, a task force, we gonna help. I pray for the parents. Nothing about real justice.
For what happened, as well as the specifics of the incident. But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. And, I think they are right to expect that all of us as Americans are going to take this with the seriousness it deserves, and that we're going to.
No, hell no. Run it back, run it back, run it back, run it back. Family, it's good to be able to look back and see that we were right the whole time. Shout out to all of us who knew what type of time this guy was on, okay? And don't let him ever come out now and try to say that people of America and everybody together, because he wasn't talking all that people all together, all as one back then. Nah, notice how his language is. And by the way, that was an election season. See, all of these anti-Black attacks that have been ramped up all got ramped up after Obama. And Obama coming out with that type of language and that type of rhetoric did nothing. That right there was him saying, I ain't going to do nothing. He was selling black people hope right there. That's what that was, family. I hope you see it. That was Barack Obama giving everybody hope. Hope and change. Ain't that what he said? He said hope and change. So there goes the hope and change. It took a long time for brothers and sisters to go from Barack Hussein Obama to Rodney Hinton Jr. But understand, that is all a shift in energy. Why is it a shift in energy? It's because we realize that these people will keep you begging. They will keep you hoping. They will keep you coping. And you'll get nothing in return but a hell of a lot of injustices. And the injustices been piling up and adding up. And we ain't going for it no more. It's time brothers and sisters do exactly what brothers and sisters are doing. And that's to stand on 10, trust your own 2, and make it happen. Ride for yours like they ride for theirs. And I guarantee you ours goes further. Yes, indeed. But Barack wasn't done, though, family. No. Look at this right here. This was the press conference after Trayvon Martin didn't receive justice. And I want you to notice how well it didn't go. Watch this. This was the tether that greenlit black Americans in the system of supremacy.
Trayvon Martin.
This is not broken, y'all. This is how many that's what it sounds like when you trying to lie to people. That's what it sounds like when you full of deception and deceit. That's what it sounds like when you fronting. Look what he's saying. He says, that's how our system works. Look at it. Look at the bottom. Look at the quotes. I send my thoughts and prayers. Oh, we going down that timeline because we holding every single person accountable who contributed to putting us in this situation where we got to take justice into our own hands while everybody else gets something for them for free. Nah, we see you, Barack Obama, and we calling you out. Trial was properly done. Y'all forget about these quotes, don't you? How many people forget about these quotes by Barack Obama? This is what he said. This is what he said, fam. Trial was properly done. Thoughts and prayers. Trial was properly done. Thoughts and prayers. Trial was properly done. Thoughts and prayers. Hell no. Whoa. No. Blacks aware there's a history. Blacks? Who's black, Barack? Are you talking about your daddy from Kenya? Yeah. You talking about a Haitian or a Jamaican? Whose history? See, the past has all the receipts, family. All you got to do is dig them up. Oh, we going to go down that line today. Y'all smash that like button right goddamn now. Share this video. We about to break it down. Epic. Trust and believe. This is what we saying. When you pull out all the receipts, you see exactly why we're in the condition we're in. They're going to blame what we have for breakfast. They're going to blame the rap music. They're going to blame R&B music. No. It's the system of supremacy and it's puppets like him. They're the ones why brothers and sisters got to stand on self-defense business because we got a system that doesn't work for us. So we're creating our own. Blacks aware there's a history. You goddamn right. Are you aware? Because you fled to this country. Your daddy was an immigrant and your mama was Becky number 59. So how you going to talk about us at the Oval Office like you come from us? This is why it's dangerous for having a tether. Country has a history of bias and violence. Who? I'm from the country. I don't have that. All my brothers and sisters, y'all in the chat right now. Y'all from this country. We don't have that. Are you trying to spread the blame around, Barack? Are you trying to make it look like we all do it? Everybody technically is involved. Yeah. Notice, fam, they come there with a script and they follow it to the T and they try to put the blame on you and me.
Now,
He's still stuttering. Feds may train local and state cops. Wait a minute. How many of y'all remember when they were telling us that it was a matter of training? Yeah, because we can train out the supremacy. Yeah. They forgot that this is what they used to tell black folks. Yeah. See, we got all these quotes right here. Feds may train local and state cops. I wonder how that works when the feds participate in anti-black racism too. Law enforcement is state and a local issue. The ones that y'all want to give all them dollar bills to. We see through you, Barack. I know you're hiding right now. I know you're thumbing right now. But here we go. Could he have stood his ground? He's talking about Trayvon Martin. Notice, fam, he throws a question mark on it. Could he not? Could Trayvon Martin have did it not? Look, he looking down. He looking down. Y'all, he ain't even looking up at the camera. This your president, everybody from back in the day. All them folks that was out there, yes, we can. This your yes, we can president. This is what black folks was getting. And I'm not talking about, this ain't the church, y'all. This ain't the local senator. No. This was the man in the White House. And we talking about supremacy when brothers and sisters was getting taken out every damn day. You had a tether with his head down telling us about our history and asking questions about something we all damn well know. Proceed.
And that work.
Black boys need more encouragement? Black boys need more encouragement? I know y'all seeing this, right? I know y'all see what the hell that got to do with anti-black racism. That's putting the blame on us. Because, if the black boys just had more encouragement, they wouldn't be popped down and bumped off in the middle of the street unjustly now. This man sat there and just said, black boys need more encouragement. When we talking about a black child being bumped off unjustly, putting the blame back on us. This is why this man was elected.
Yeah.
And there you go. Churches, communities should lead. Back to the damn church. So the only answer he had was black boys do better, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and the churches and the boule need to get y'all black folks back in order. That right there was Barack Obama, and that is why we are in the situation in the place where we are today, based on that type of cowardness in a man who had no business ever speaking on behalf of our history, because our history is not his, because he's not like us and he damn sure ain't one of us, never have been. So there you go. I hope everybody enjoyed those receipts, fam. That's a Black Alpha Network exclusive. You heard up, man, stuttering all over the goddamn place. You seen when he stopped stuttering his quotes. All of his quotes were foolish, made no sense. He was talking about black boys getting encouraged. I don't know what that has to do with the victim. You tell me a time ever in your life where we're speaking about the victim and somehow you're talking about how the victim's lineage needs to get it in order. The victim's lineage is doing wrong. What's wrong with black folks? That's what it always turns into. Anytime you have these conversations, it turns into us. And remember, Barack Obama got a long history of pulling at what's wrong with black people stuff. So you've seen it right there. And what it really was in the system of supremacy, everybody wanted to come after Obama, and Obama was there to underlay black folks and to keep you stalled, keep you stuck, keep you stale. That's exactly what it was. And you've seen it by the way he was talking with all them skips and hops and jumps and every goddamn thing. Now, you're absolutely correct. Did he ever stutter like that when it came to DACA? Whenever it came to DACA, I didn't ever see him stutter and fumble and bumble when it comes to DACA. When it come to DACA, it was straight through. There was no ums with DACA. No, all you heard was while he was writing all them goddamn laws. Am I correct or am I correct? You see what I'm saying? When he started writing those Blue Lives Matter Okay, because Barack did that. There was no stuttering involved. This is what they was trying to do to us back then. And that interview with that rhetoric and the way he was speaking, that was a green light against Black Americans to be harmed by not only the police, but also vigilantes. And now, after 17 years, brothers and sisters standing on business, we said no. Sometimes it takes a while to get out the negative energy and to bring in the positive energy. Well, now the positive energy is here because we ain't going for it. This whole situation, family, it all goes to a young brother, an 18-year-old named Ryan Hinton. Yes, indeed. And I'm going to tell you guys something that was very striking as I ended up doing the research for this video in a case that we all know is going on. But let me make a point real quick, family. And that point being is that there's no news articles about him. You didn't see anybody saying nothing about this brother. No, let's make this clear. This has made the news based on his father getting justice for him, but it never made the news on what happened to this young man. You understand where I'm coming from? That's what ended up being a change. So this young brother in Cincinnati, Ohio, could not get into his cousin's car. They were sleeping in a car. Police pulled up like Rambo and just mowed the brother down. That's exactly what it is. We're not going to ask. We're not going to beg. We're not going to come up with a yes, we can. We're not going to do what Obama did and put a question mark at the end of it, at the front of it, in between it. Nope. We're going to say it for what it is. See, that's one thing that we always say and do, family. And that's one thing that we're going to continue to say and do. We're going to say it for what it truly is. What it truly is that brother was knocked off unjustly the same way all of our brothers and sisters out here are knocked off unjustly. And you could see it with your own eyes, with your own too. And I noticed that there was no news articles about what happened to him. There was no videos about what happened to him. There was no uproar. The uproar only came when his father stood up and went to avenge what happened to his child. Then you started to see people talk about this case. This was not a national case. They didn't really even talk about it too much in Cincinnati other than the brothers and sisters in Cincinnati. Okay. So they were allowing this to go on. They were allowing this to function. Okay. So it went from the father right there, the young brother, and then it went to his father. And this is when the case ended up taking a turn. It ended up taking a turn, family, because how far would you go to protect your child? That's the $1 million question everybody's asking out here in these certified streets. Because, you know, they always talk about where are the Black parents? Black men don't love their kids. Every single thing that they can possibly say to try to come up with some fake indictment about our community and about our fathers and our mothers. But yet, whenever a brother or sister shows real love, then it turns into why. See, the dominant society plays every single aspect of a debate or of an argument, and they'll do that as long as you allow them to. So a lot of brothers and sisters in the community, we sitting back and we saying, hey, it played out the way it played out. It happened the way it happened. Don't be mad at what went down. You need to be more upset about what you did to put brothers and sisters in the position to have to take care of their own. See, if you were handling your business, folks wouldn't have to go out here and create their own certified business. That's the energy that we're moving with in this era, in this time, y'all. And whether people like it, they accept it, or they acknowledge it, this is just where we are. So after viewing the video and after all of the games that they played with this video, because remember, y'all, they were doing that same exact thing that they always do, right? They were pulling the what? We don't know yet. Remember, y'all, just 3 weeks ago, before this case really even took off, 4 weeks before that, we were showing the clips of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. We were showing the ones of Kareem Gaines, all of the videos about us. And we always notice that they always hit the same thing. And brothers and sisters, now we've come to the realization, are we going to go down that same thing? Are we going to be stuck in that same path where they just tell us things and we just go with it and they hit us with the we don't know yet, we ain't figured it out yet, and coulda, woulda, shoulda? Because that's what they've always been doing. How long does it take for you to realize they got you stuck? They got you on that race treadmill where you're running nowhere fast. How long? It took us to show up. I'm telling y'all, the certified grassroots has changed the world. And I'm the main one yelling that as loud as I can say it because it's the truth. You do not have a Carmelo Anthony if you don't have FBA grassroots. You don't have a Rodney Hinton Jr. unless you have FBA grassroots. Think about that. Carmelo, a teenager defending himself, that's something you didn't see back in the day, okay? You've seen the Trayvon Martins of the world, unfortunately, where his parents didn't do nothing for him, unfortunately. They wanted to go the legal route. They wanted to go to Barack Obama. They want to say, Obama, can you go get Eric Holder? Eric Holder, come and help us, please. The NAACP, where's Jesse Jackson? Somebody call Al Sharpton. Y'all remember that? But we don't do that no more. We don't do that no more. Them days is done. No. Now, brothers and sisters, realize the system is not here for you, okay? The public is not here for you. The community is not here for you. The only people here for you are your goddamn self. And once you realize that only thing you got is your own, oh, man, everything is good. Everything is good. And that's the way it's going. So this situation occurred to young Ryan with no type of outcry. Nobody said nothing. There was nothing about it at all. Nothing. Okay, until the family quietly said, hold on, let's see some stuff. And then always through the course of investigation, people ended up looking at the scenario and finding out, nah, this ain't right. See, back in the old days when things weren't right, people would cry in the night. Now when we find out things ain't right, it's all on sight.
Say, for instance, someone was to break into your house and see you with a pew, pew, turn around and take off running, and you still pew, pew, in their back. You are going to jail. That is why people are outraged and upset about the Ryan Hinton pew, pew. They feel as if that cop is getting away with the M word. It is against the law to pew, pew, someone in their back as they are fleeing. I didn't make that law. That is the law.
I believe Ryan Hinton was unalived. Yeah, he was unalived in cold blood. So I believe Ryan Hinton was unalived. Yeah. So the body cam footage of the Ryan Hinton incident has officially been released, man. And yeah, it is what it looks like, man. He has a weapon. Has been used so many times. You see from the body cam footage, Ryan Hinton was running away. He was fleeing the scene. Not being able to catch somebody does not give you the right and take them down. We done went from protecting and serving to harming and unaliving. And it's getting out of hand, man.
Say, for instance, someone.
Here we go. It's on, y'all. Let's break it down. So simply when the footage came out, because let's go there, fam. I remember a time when they used to tell us all we need was body cams. Y'all remember that? Oh, if we just get some body cams, everything will be all good. If we just get some footage, everything will be good. They had footage of Rodney King. Rodney King had footage, y'all. See, this is what I'm saying. They'll come out with a lie, and black folks used to just go for it till we showed up. They'll sit there and play in front of your face, and black folks will play along until certified showed up. So I don't want to hear about no footage, because they'll pull out the footage and be like, well, he slipped and fell and twisted. Eric Gardner was bumped off unjustly on camera. Okay, Freddie Gray bumped off unjustly on camera. George Floyd on camera. They're going to find an excuse, because in the system of supremacy, this is what they're supposed to do. It is blasphemy for you to not go along with the injustices in which they try to inflict upon you. This is what it is. Don't let nobody come at you with no damn footage. I done seen camera footage that blatantly shows someone being unalive, and they'll still come up with a reason for it. They'll start talking about toxicology reports and what you had for breakfast in the 3rd grade and your great-great-grandma's DNA. They'll come up with every damn thing to excuse it. It doesn't even matter. This is what they do in this situation. And brothers and sisters are sitting here saying, we're not going to play that game. You're not going to harm somebody and just say, hey, well, you know, my bad, dog. It is what it is. Sorry, have another one. How many black souls are gone with no justice at all? How many? You want to name it? They tell us what in America? They say you aren't supposed to harm somebody unjustly. Do it to us all the time. They tell us you ain't supposed to put your hands on women. They put every weapon they can find on a woman. You ain't supposed to touch or ever disrespect a child. They do that to us all the time. So the different set of rules that they have put on us are being clearly seen today. and we're rejecting any type of thing that they try to say or any type of way they try to sway us. Man, we ain't going for none of that. None of that at all, family, because it's only going to stay this way as long as people play the game with them. See, the dominant society, it requires full participation from black folks. If you don't play the game with them, then there won't be no game. Simple as that. If you sit back and you allow it to occur, then they're going to continue to allow it to occur. It ain't even that deep. It ain't rocket science. Stand on goddamn business, y'all. And if you notice, we've been standing on business. So everybody in America's on edge right now. And it's crazy, everybody's on edge right as it's starting to get hot outside, as the summer's coming. I'm going to tell you, the way this summer starts will not be how the summer ends. You're going to see a whole lot of things go on. A lot of people who start the summer ain't going to make it to September. Ain't. And it's only going to be for the strong. If you strong, you certified, you know how to play this thing the right way, then you good. If you one of them people out here hoping and coping and thinking Joe Biden is going to put the wheelchair down and come save you, it ain't happening. We seen what happened when people thought that Barack Obama was going to come off the podium and he was going to join the Black Panther Party. It ain't work. Anybody who still thinks Kamala Harris is going to show up and she's going to ride for the cause, it ain't happening. All right? It's real out here in the field, family. Where you want to go? You want to go talk about the little young boy down in Mississippi, who got hit with a vehicle and then they let the guy go? Do we want to go there? Do we want to talk about the Tyrie Nichols situation where they got him on camera, murked him? And they, all right, everybody, let's go. You want to go to this situation? You want to go to the Noah Bush situation? I'm only naming the ones of recent. Do you want to go to the other 3 million of the last 5 years? Or do we want to go to the other 15 million of the last 12 years? We can go down the list as far as you want to go. So it's only going to be the real ones out here, the brothers and sisters who be on that grind, who's serious about it. You can't have a little inkling in your heart of, well, I still kind of won't change now. I still want them to understand all that Black Lives Matter stuff. Let me tell you, we ran them out of here for a reason. Those who need to be here are here. Those who do not need to be here are gone. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So the body cam footage ended up coming out, family. Oh, yes, it did. And it ended up being exactly how we knew it was going to be. Now, I broke this down frame for frame for frame, so we can see it for what it truly is. I'm not going to be one of them people who hit play and then the camera's running all over the place and you can't see what's happening. Then they can say, see, look, that was a damn zebra in the background. No. Did you see the little leprechaun run by? We're not playing all that, okay? We're not playing them games. This right here was the police officer, the Cincinnati Police Department, pulling up straight to the damn scene. You see them pulling right on up in their car, and immediately, soon as they exited the car, they came there ready for war. They didn't come there to talk, to de-escalate, none of that. They did exactly what a good race soldier is supposed to do, and that's to go after black people. This is what it is. These are these people pulling on up, all right? This ain't no different, family, than a drive-by, all right? I know you got to speak in their language, okay? This is the drive-by. These are people no different than a gang who want to go holler at somebody, and then they pull up just wilding out. This is what this is. You see how quick they hopping out the vehicle, ready to get at it. Boom. And then as soon as they pull up and hop out the vehicle, family, they automatically approach this car where Ryan Hinton was sitting, because all indications show that they were locked out of a house and they couldn't get in. So they were sitting in the car, chilling, doing whatever. And who brought the aggression was the race soldiers. You see them right there pulling up. This is right there in the parking lot. You see the way they are. Now watch the way this goes 0 to 60. You can see this in freeze frames, how fast this escalates. Here we go. Now they're approaching the vehicle, family. And mind you, they're moving with a quick pace, fast as ever, with their hammers out. They came with them hammers so they can come and try to take down and bump off a brother. That's what they was trying to do, okay? Now, you know this one in the suburbs, family. They'd come in there and say, hey, do you have any mustard? Or do you have anything in the refrigerator, please? Can we talk about it? There goes the car right then and there. Now, somebody who's sitting there and watching this situation, you're going to be like, whoa, they're coming up quick. They're coming up quick. Hold on, what's going on? Then next thing you know, the brothers come and they say, okay, we're going to have to exit the vehicle. Time to exit, trying to get out of here, because just in case they don't want to understand it, nobody trusts them because they have a bigger track record of violence than anybody. We're not running around here saying, put all your faith in the law. That's Barack Obama. So soon as they start to see the fleeing, here go, boom, the hammer out. It's hammer time, okay? The hammer time. Family, this all happened in a matter of about 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Hey, boom, no what's up, no nothing, hammer out. And then I want you to see this. The trash can is where it's at. Right there in this, where you see these trash cans, that's what they were trying to use as obstruction. So they could say, we couldn't see what was behind the trash can. We looked, and when we seen the trash can, it was something different going on. So we couldn't really figure out what was happening. This is what they're trying to pull, y'all. This was a very, very trick game, but we didn't fall for it. Nobody did. They're trying to use that. But if you look, the other partner, these people already got the hammers out. They already got them out. So I don't want to hear about obstruction and I couldn't see and I couldn't tell and what's going on. You came there, you approached the vehicle very aggressive with your hammers ready to go. Soon as the brothers jumped out, you pulled your thing out. Soon as you pulled your thing out, they tried to flee and then you started firing off. It gets even more so, family. Furthermore, check this out. Next thing you know, right after this, as a matter of fact, let me freeze this so we can break this down real quick. Let me break this part down, because this is the part that's really telling, in which they don't want to really go there. They try to make it look like that trash can was like some type of magical trash can that would like fly or something. I don't know what they were trying to get at about this trash can, y'all, but they was trying to really make it look like, man, that damn trash can, man, it got in the way. And when that trash can popped up, we couldn't really tell. They was trying to hit you with that we don't know yet stuff. You know, we're always talking about that we don't know yet. We not sure yet. What could it be yet? This is what they were trying to do. They were trying to make it look like they were fleeing and running around and trying to get away. None of that was going on, brothers and sisters. None of that was going on. What really ended up happening is this is a simple case of you ran up on somebody, they jumped up and fled. That's it. Why do you already have your things out previous to anything else? Why are you already in combat mode? Because you came there. You see quickly how they jumped out the car. It's quickly. And we got more facts on why they were jumping out the car. But that's what it was really about. It had nothing to do with anybody trying to be violent with you. You escalated the situation. So all that talk about Obama and escalation, that didn't really go anywhere now, did it? Now, back to it. This is where the young brother falls down. As he falls down, they did their old tactic, y'all. They've got a weapon. They've got a weapon. They've got a weapon. See, what they do is they like to yell that. They've all been trained to yell that out loud, because if they yell that out loud, then basically everything that they're saying, they've provided themselves cover for. So if you want to cover for yourself, just yell anything. If you want to say that a shark bit you, just say, he's got a shark. He's got a shark. If you want to say that elephant is present, say, there's an elephant. There's an elephant. They know what they're doing. So this is the part where they purposely started yelling it out loud, and the brother fell. Here we go. Proceed right further past it. Then they say, oh, we heard something fall. Nothing had been recovered. They haven't showed anything about a recovery. They haven't showed anything what's been going on. So can't nobody really tell. Here you go. Further, I'm showing you more where the young brother's running. Now look at the distance right there. And the brother's running. Look at the distance. So he fell, got up, turned around, did a flip, pulled out a tank on you, and then you started trying to fire off. All of that is capped. Nobody's going for any of that. Okay. Now, this is what I highlighted. Okay. Because I told you, I'm going to put this in freeze frames. All that jiggly video where you can't tell nothing, they use those on purpose, fam. All right. This is 2025. Why the hell body cams look like they were shot in film? They were shot with VHS. All right. We need some high definition, because they're altering videos left and right, fam. You got AI that'll make it sound like Tupac just recorded a Drake song. These police officers can have better camera footage. So right there, now they go around that trash can after the brother fell. The police officer, by the way, who's unnamed, in which they're not trying to tell you who he is or where he came from, he's waiting right there. Oh, yes, he is. He's waiting right there, family, so he can go ahead and use that pap. All right. But if you notice, you don't even see anybody there yet. So this right here tells you that he's waiting for the guy to come across the other side. Now, if you said that you saw him with the hammer at the parking lot space when he fell, then you would have took care of it then. I don't know why you would say this person has a weapon. Wait for them to get up. You walk on the other side of the trash cans and simply wait there to snipe them. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's talking about this but us, y'all. Simply waiting for them to come around that magical trash can so you can get with them. Watch this, fam. Further evidence shows you exactly what we mean. There you go. There's another picture. Nobody's there. Remember, the cop was just on the other side of the trash can. If he was on the other side of the trash can on the dumpsters, then he could have handled the situation if it was there. Because remember, they said that he had a weapon on him when they were on the other side of the dumpsters. So how come you come to this side knowing that he was going to run in this direction? You came around this side so you could wait for him. You knew he didn't have nothing, and this is why you ended up clipping him in the back. By the way, family, this shows you again what we mean. They have it all planned out. They done hustled their way around camera footage. They done hustled their way around the aggressor and trying to mediate a situation. None of that moves them, family. They done came up with everything. So they waited right here in this open space. You see it, family? I think we all see it here. I don't see a suspect there. Where's the suspect? The suspect is exactly where he was the last time we seen him. The suspect was there, right here. Here's the suspect right here. They say he's got something. They said that it fell and they heard it hit the concrete, but they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing when they seen it fall and hit the concrete. They didn't say nothing. They allowed him to get up, run past these dumpsters. On the other side of the dumpsters, they sat there and they waited for him. Soon as he got up, ran past these two dumpsters, next thing you know, the hammer started to pop it. Voila, voila, shebang. There you go right there, family. That was one side. The police moved itself around here, waited where you saw nothing. Here comes Ryan Hinton. Boom. Right then and there, family. I don't know how much more you can make that plain and make that clear. Anybody who's telling you anything other than that is straight bold-faced lying to you, and they're justifying the injustice that just occurred. That's exactly what that is, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. And we're not here to have doubt or to debate with these people. We're here to regulate these people. And this is pure regulation. There you go again, family. I mean, ain't this case over? He's fleeing and he's not pointing nothing at you. Because remember, they said he was pointing something and he wasn't found with something on him. Remember, they said that it fell in the parking lot, which means if it failed in the parking lot, then he didn't have it on him. If he didn't have it on him, then how could he have pointed it at you? And he's going the opposite direction. This right here solves everything. Opposite direction. Opposite direction, case closed. Okay? If somebody is going in the opposite direction of you, you cannot harm them. That is bottom line and that is point blank. So the very fact, y'all, that they're still trying to come up with a reason and say, well, hold on now, we not sure if he did or not. That lets you know what we already suspected, family. This is what it is. Only in America can they have you in some type of perpetual debate about what you're seeing with your own eyes. With your own eyes, y'all, you see clear as day, the brother has his back turned. There's no way, according to physics, damn the law, damn what we think, damn what anybody's saying, straight up and down, there ain't no possible way that you can harm anybody if your body is in that position. It is impossible to happen. And since it's impossible to happen, they still just act like, well, you didn't see what you just saw. That picture right there should be the end of it all, y'all. I do not know other than people not being aggressive enough. How? Right there, look at that, fam. Look at that picture. Does that look like somebody who is coming towards you? Does that look like someone who's pointing anything at you? Again, you're not seeing any type of aggression coming from Ryan Hinton. What you're seeing is him fleeing the area. Okay, there's a difference between being aggressive and fleeing. Fleeing is trying to get out of there. And then voila, y'all. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. They got him right there on site, on camera. So without a shadow of a doubt, and by these freeze frames in which I have constructed to present to the audience and to the world, it is clear that this was an unjust unaliving brought to you and sponsored by the police department against this young brother for no reason whatsoever. And every single thing that they said occurred was a bold-faced lie according to the evidence and according to the footage in which they presented and a law in which they claim that they uphold. This is what it is. Very clear freeze frames. Don't let them come at you with them shaky videos and they say, we don't know what happened in the video. No. This is what happened right here. Don't let them try to tell you anything other than what you just seen with your own eyes, y'all. There you go. So now you see what just happened. And they try to debate this back and forth. So what ended up going on is they try to play the game that we're used to playing with these people. They try to play the whole we don't know yet. And then they had the nerve, y'all, to come out and just straight up say there's nothing. And by the way, you haven't heard a name, an initial, or anything about the police officer. They've been protecting the police officer, which is, again, something that they're not supposed to be doing. So you see them operating with their own means, with their own laws, doing as they choose to do, not giving a damn. They don't give a damn. They could care less, fam. They're not there. They're not giving a damn about anything. They're just making it clear we're going to play it how we want to play it. Just bold and brash, y'all. Very bold and brash. They don't really care. They're like, hey, listen, this is what we feel. You don't like it, so be it. And a lot of people out there saying, no, it ain't going to be no so be it. So they came out there, and after this occurred, the family wanted to see the footage. The family was like, all right, yo, we're going to have to see what really happened in this situation because, you know, there's a track record of lying. There's a track record of deceit that comes from these police departments all across the United States, in particular, the Cincinnati Police Department, who has a horrendous history of anti-Black racism all the way through. And people wanted to really find out what was going on. After the footage was released, this is when all, you know what hit the fan, okay? Because people are looking at that case and they saying, nah, there's no way. They seen the same footage we seen, y'all. They seen the same footage we seen. And after that, things got kind of real in the field for them. And when I say real in the field, I mean the father, Rodney Hinton Jr. Okay, now mind you, the father is a junior to his father, obviously. And his son, the brother who was taken down, is Ryan Hinton. Well, Rodney ended up catching the footage, and he didn't like the way that they sold it to him. He didn't like their excuses. He didn't like their alibis. And quite frankly, he didn't feel that whatever they were saying added up. He felt that everything that they were saying was all, as we say, cap. The same way nobody is believing what they're saying. The same way everybody is on board that there's some very, very funny style things at play here. So after he ended up observing the video and after he ended up observing what went on, the brother was like, nah, we're not going to play this game. So he went into a position that most people would go into if something were to happen to their child and their child was unjustly harmed. And then the people who unjustly harmed your child came with alibis and excuses. And I, like we always do, I will let the streets talk so we can see what the streets say. Damn what they say. Because all they're going to say are a bunch of lies. Let's see how the streets feel.
I didn't know that the brother was a Black Panther. Now I see why all they asses stood up and tried to move him around because they was threatened. You know what? It says a lot when one fucker can threaten a whole group of people. Baby, that's power. That's power. And them Black Panthers always have had that power. And they have always been threatened by that power. You mean to tell me that man couldn't tap on the window to get his brother's attention so he could turn around to see that he was in the room? Y'all couldn't get that man that? That's weak, that's punkified, that's sissified, and that's y'all know it, they know it, I know it, the world know it. Y'all could have gave that man that. Y'all some.
So they took down Rodney Hinton Jr.'s GoFundMe. They pulled up 50 deep to his bond hearing to intimidate him and eliminate actual peer support. They also kicked the brother out of the courtroom during the hearing simply for saying he wants to see his brother and offer him moral support as he goes through this trying time of losing a child to senseless police violence. I want us to understand that they're about to give this man the Luigi Mangione treatment. It goes further than just intimidating the Hinton family and the city of Cincinnati into thinking this is unacceptable behavior. They want us all to get the message that this is what happens when you retaliate against the state that oppresses you. And I'm sorry to tell y'all bootlickers this, but that ship has sailed. Majority of us have peeped the pattern of no accountability for anybody but working class people, and we're sick of it. Power to Rodney Hinton Jr. 12 and anybody else who wants to support them. Let's take care of our own.
Why have we seen the dad? Why have we seen Ryan, the child that was? Why have we even seen the deputy that was? But we haven't seen the police officer that is the whole root of all of this chaos. Why is it? Why is it? And better yet, why is he still walking around free? If Rodney's locked up immediately, the officer should have been locked up immediately. I've seen this too many times of cops doing and starting and just getting away. Then I furthermore seen too many other officers supporting the shit. Y'all seen how many officers was in the courtroom. All of y'all that was in the courtroom looking him up and down, y'all are big. And y'all have shown us that y'all support what that officer did to Ryan.
Family, let me ask y'all a question. I need to ask y'all a question right here while we in here extra deep, okay? How many of y'all think black folks is playing right now? How many of y'all think black folks is playing? Because you couldn't have got that back in the old days. You was going to get pray, hope, change, and all that Obama stuttering stuff. Black folks ain't playing. And anybody who thinks black folks are playing is going to find out the real hard way. Brothers and sisters ain't about them games right now, okay? We serious about ours. And we've been telling everybody, see, it's not your job to get them to understand what you're saying. It's only your job to say it, all right? It's your job to let the world know the type of time you on, and whether they catch it, they pick up, they do something about it, that's on them. And then the consequences and repercussions will change. Brothers and sisters ain't about that. Look at that. I'm seeing it all. I'm seeing sisters coming out riding. I'm seeing brothers coming out riding. I'm seeing everybody. Fam, you know damn well, going back to 2012, 2010, don't take me back to 1990. You ain't going to get a gang of brothers and sisters sitting there saying, hell no. No, go defend your child. You wouldn't have got that. You would have seen hope and change. You would have seen, yes, we can. Keep it going. Martin Luther King had a dream. Can't we all get together? Fam, they was going in churches and just taking people out, and black folks was singing about it. That was just a few years ago. It's crazy how fast energy can change in a matter of time. It's crazy how fast energy can change in a short amount of time. And energy has shifted. It shifted something crazy. So I'm not seeing brothers and sisters playing about that case. I'm not seeing it at all. And they've been really rallying around this brother. And it's something very interesting that this came right on the heels of the Carmelo Anthony situation. I'm telling y'all, this is the perfect storm. All right. And it's not a storm for us. It's a storm for everybody else. OK, this is the perfect storm, because when you really look at it right now, y'all, I mean, the Carmelo Anthony situation, as we were just referring to, then you have this situation right here. We were just breaking down them throwing the N-word around left and right. It's not going to end well for people who got bad intentions for foundationals. But then more things came out about the case. All right. So not only do we got the warrior class, we got the intellectual class, and we're working together. OK, so you come to find out in the situation, a lot of people are saying, well, you know, that car wasn't a stolen car. That car was late on the payment. So somebody made a phone call and said, hey, go over there and go handle that situation. And they reported it as criminal. So you're seeing cahoots on each side. And they're going to come out now and say, no, the car was stolen according to 22% of the law and 5-point decimal. We don't give a damn about none of that. OK, because now what we're doing, we're only operating off of our own facts. So the streets have been talking, and the streets are out here saying, nah, bro, that car was not a stolen car. And the news is going to always say it's going to be the blackization. See, if they could put stolen car, black thief, black folks, criminals, then justification. The reason why you see people always out there overly talking about us and not themselves, because the more they can put a paintbrush on us about being criminals, the more they can take us out unjustly. See, they would never talk about the crime in the black community if they didn't end up doing something about it physically. They only bring it up verbally so they can do something about it physically. But the streets have been talking, y'all. And the streets came out and said, nah. That car was not stolen. Let me let the family go ahead and talk to you, because it's all documented right here as more facts come out.
Car wasn't stolen. The car was, in fact, behind on payments. My God. If this is true, like I said, that's a false police report. That's a false claim. On top of, if that's true, this should open up a worldwide change to how dealerships, when it's reported that a car is behind on payments, instead of it being listed as stolen, it needs to say repo now, repo available, tow now, any thing other than stolen, because police will approach the situation completely different. Okay? If a vehicle is stolen, police are approaching that vehicle with a different mindset, with a completely different mindset. And then you got 4 black men sitting in the car. They're gonna lose their mind. They go into that car, they're approaching that car trigger happy. But if it says tow now or repo available, behind on payments, you can list it as anything outside of stolen. They would completely approach that car completely different. My God, you almost want to hope that car was stolen and not behind on payments. Because if a dealership called in and said that car was behind on payments and they listed it as stolen, the irony in it is Rodney Hinton, I would damn near compare that to Rodney King. When they say history repeat itself, I didn't think it was going to be like this.
Listen to what this brother's saying. This brother's spitting right now. He's spitting right now. The reason why they do that, y'all, is because it creates an element of criminality where now they have justification. The dominant society and race soldiers in particular are always looking for justification to attack. So late on payment has to be stolen, okay? Walking down the street has to be running down the street, all right? Your hands have to be weapons. It's always something to allow them to be the aggressors that they want to be in the first place.
And they said that car was behind on payments and they listed it as stolen. The irony in it is Rodney Hinton, I would damn near compare that to Rodney King. When they say history repeat itself, I didn't think it was going to be like this. That's not a good look. Now let this be a learning lesson. Let this be a learning lesson moving forward. Change how is reported. If that's the case, that's not a good look.
I'm hearing it enough to where I ain't confirming it, but it sounds like Ryan Hinton didn't steal the car. All you R-word people say he stole the car. Rushing to judgment, you know. He missed a payment on a car that he owned, you know, and it wasn't no high-speed chase. Allegedly, they was in the car asleep, him and his friends, you know, and that should have been a repo.
Listen what the brother said. He said it wasn't a high-speed chase because the news immediately came out and they started trying to claim that this was a high-speed chase, you guys. Everything that they're saying right now is them fixing the lies in which were originally told. Originally, they said this was a high-speed chase, all right? Let's break down everything that they were saying originally, okay? First, they said it was a high-speed chase, that they pointed weapons failed. They gave every type of criminality they could associate to this case, because it's the black accusation in which we're always talking about. They have to come up with some type of accusation that gives them justification to attack. See, what it really is that they wake up wanting to attack, but they understand for logistic purposes, they got to make it look like there was a reason. See, they're always searching for a reason to implement their anti-blackness and their violence. So they say, okay, it was Trayvon Martin. He attacked George Zimmerman, right? Freddie Gray ran and attacked the police officers, right? Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, he attacked the police officers as well. Sandra Bland attacked the police officers. You stole this. We found this. They'll never come out and just be like, hey, we want to do it anyway. So all the news reports, and remember, y'all, I tell everybody, when I did all the research for this, you're hard pressed to find any articles, any news coverage about the original situation. They only start talking about this situation when they can bring up Rodney Hinton Jr., the father, and what he did, because they didn't talk about Ryan, the son, you know, the young child who was unalived, unjustly, bumped off unjustly. They didn't talk about him, okay? This was never mentioned. They never spoke about the young brother at all. There's no news clippings. So meaning they were going to harm him unjustly, put out falsified camera footage, lie to everybody, go home and pray. We on to the next black person. Then we're going to bump them off unjustly, and then we'll be on to the next one. We'll all blink, and it'll be the year 3025, and they'll still be knocking off black folks unjustly. There's a system that they have to feed, that they got to keep on pushing. They got to keep on rolling, okay? That is what they plan to do. How do you know? It's because go back to Trayvon Martin and go down all the names afterwards, y'all. They don't even have 3 scripts. They got one damn script. It's harm a black person, make an excuse. Harm a black person, make an excuse. Occasionally, we'll go get a tether or a boule. We'll put them in front to subdue the black folks, and then we'll get on to the next one. But it all starts with a falsified accusation. Anything happens to a brother, I'm telling you, they're going to say, you did this over there. Trayvon Martin, they were going back to what he did in school. They were like, man, this man skipped school in kindergarten. So justification, go get him. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what they were trying to pull in this. A lot of people don't know. It started with them saying it was a high-speed chase, and it wasn't.
They was in the car asleep, him and his friends, you know, and that should have been a repo. That should have been a repo anyway, you know. If he missed the payment, what the police got to do with that? You know, that's a civil matter. They turned it immediately into a criminal matter. You know, that's wrong. That car company, they gonna get sued. You know, they gonna get sued for some millions.
Freeze. The car company did that all on purpose. The car company did all of that on purpose, family. I promise you that. Because they all work together. You got to understand, any institution in the dominant society, they all work together to oppress black people. Let's make this crystal clear, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a police department and a car shop, an auto shop. It don't matter. They all work together. So they can say, boom, we just seen what happened to Shador Sanders. Look at Shador Sanders. You got an NFL with 32 teams. And they all basically got on the same page and said, we're willing to not take a good player and win if we all get on the same page to teach them a lesson. They all get together. It don't matter, fam. In every aspect of their society, they work together to oppress black Americans. That's just what they do. And I believe that they purposely made that phone call so they can try to go ahead and make it a criminal matter so they can go ahead and get that brother. That's what it was about. So all the facts have been coming out, and it's proven more and more and more that the clean, clear, positive side is the Hintons, and the falsified side is the dominant society and the race soldiers, in which have been perpetuating this type of energy. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. And it's the same game that they've been running for how long, you guys? See, the thing is, they don't know that we see past all of that. We understand everything they're doing. There's nothing that they can do or say that's going to be new to us, that's going to deceive us or trick us. It's just not going to happen. So this brings us to the next part of this case. So obviously, as we say, the father ended up, allegedly, because that's an open situation, but the father ended up perhaps getting some justice for his child and not playing the game and not having somebody just unalive his child right in his face and then play a little hustle with him. And then in the courtroom, something ended up happening. Something ended up happening in the courtroom. And in this courtroom, family, typically, what are you dealing with, right? You're dealing with all of these boule folks. See, one thing black folks are always saying, they're always talking about how we need lawyers, we need doctors, and we got a lot of them. They just ain't on code. They're just not on code. We need on code doctors and lawyers. We need on code police chiefs. We need on code politicians. We got them. They just not on code. I remember seeing a thing one time. They said, well, HBCUs are responsible for this many and this many and this many. And I said, and none of them serve the damn people. None of them do. Okay. So what ended up happening, let me pull that back. What ended up happening, family, is in the courtroom, they went full Triple K Mafia. Oh, they went full in the courtroom, y'all. Y'all look at this right here. First off, let me show y'all. And I want y'all to see some of these melanated judges that I don't believe are of the lineage. But watch the shenanigans they allowed to go on in the courtroom so they can make an example.
Tyrone Yates. This is the judge who was at Mr. Rodney Hinton's arraignment when he was charged with the unaliving, of the deputy in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is the judge who allowed these officers, these 30 plus officers, to come in his courtroom and protest and try to intimidate Rodney Hinton, for his alleged actions. And as you can see, Mr. Hinton ain't intimidated. He got that head held up high. He got his chin up as he should have, but this right here, Judge Yates, Judge Tyrone Yates should be ashamed of himself because he's clearly a man of color, and I know that doesn't mean anything to a lot of people, but what I'm saying is this: let's just say that Mr. Hinton didn't.
No, it don't. No, it don't. It don't mean nothing. All right, I don't want to hear about no people of color. Or Barack Obama's a person of color, and he got us into a lot of this, family. Look at that judge. Look at that judge right there. The judge was on that same type of time and energy, family, and it brought that same game. He allowed all of those police officers to come in there. Again, they're all working together. They're all working together. This is what is the only thing that connects people is anti-blackness. Anti-blackness will have people who don't get along every day of the week loving each other when it's time to come down on us. The only thing that connects people is their common hatred, jealousy, envy, and spite for FBA. That is it. So no, people of color don't mean nothing.
What I'm saying is this. Let's just say that Mr. Hinton didn't take any action. Let's just say that the officer was actually charged with unaliving his son unjustly. We all know that Judge Tyrone Yates wouldn't allow 30 black men to come in his courtroom and try to intimidate the officer.
No, it's not a matter of what he would allow. It's a matter of they wouldn't allow him. See, they put somebody in a position of power to serve the power structure, which is the dominant society. You wouldn't be there if you was talking about being down. Was it the judge? Was he in Kentucky or something like that? And he was out there talking about the system of supremacy, and they basically said, we'll take your pension, and damn near fire the guy. No, so it's not a matter of him saying, man, y'all ain't gonna do this stuff. It's them telling to him, like, hey, bro, you gonna do what the hell they tell you to do, or else. That's what it's really about.
Black men to come in this courtroom and try to intimidate the officer. We've never seen that. It's never happened. It wouldn't be allowed. But yet these police officers are allowed to come in here and, put on some type of protest and try to intimidate this man who clearly wasn't intimidated. Somebody need to call him. Somebody need to file something. There needs to be some type of laws change, because we as a people, and I'm talking about black people, who are constantly, dealing with these type of issues of our young men, being gunned down by corrupt police officers and then lying to the review boards, claiming they were in fear of their life, when we all know that this young man was just running. He didn't have a weapon, and lost his life. This double standard of where they get to go in there and say they feared for their lives, has got to stop. And individuals like this need to be brought up before judicial review boards for the things they allow in their courtroom, because this right here is clearly an act of intimidation. It shows that he's biased, and it shows that he doesn't have any morals or any sense.
All of those to us are biased and immoral. All of those to the dominant society are job requirements. Let's make that crystal clear. I don't know what this brother's getting at. No disrespect to this brother. I'm sure he means well, but let me go ahead and clear all that up. All that stuff about you're wrong, you're biased, you're not doing your job. No. He's doing his job. He's following his mission and his charter. Okay, everything you see is bad, they see as a job requirement. That's a prerequisite to be a judge, so you can come down on black people. If they ever look at his paperwork and he's letting black folks go and doing all that type of stuff, he'd be fired. And he is a willing participant, a willing mascot and a puppet, and he sits there and comes down on black folks and acts as an arbitrator against FBA so he can get paid. That is exactly what it is. That's why we don't trust these black faces, melanated faces. We judging people on how you behave, how you act, the way you move. If you ain't moving properly, fam, you don't mean nothing to us. That's just the way we're going to have to continue to push, fam. We got to start looking. I don't want to hear you come from an HBCU. I don't want to hear that you from the side. I don't give a damn. You say your parents is descendants of slaves. How are you? Because we got a lot of people who are descendants of slaves and they be tap dancing all over the place. I need to see your track record of behavior, your demonstrations of behavior. If I don't see that aligned with the community, thoughts, beliefs, and actions, then you can't rock with us. All right. That's why we say certified foundational Black American. All right. Because eventually Clyburn going to show up and he going to say, I'm a foundational Black American. Why y'all fucking with me? No reparations for y'all. You understand what I'm saying? We got to watch all of these people, family. All right. The tethers and the demos, the domestic ops. Remember the domestic ops. All right. And the tethers. You put them all together, fam. You got to watch them. This guy is doing exactly what they paid him to do. Everybody. Barack Obama was selected before he was elected. He was put in position so he could come down on Black Americans. And he willingly came down on Black Americans. They're not somebody who's being held hostage. Ain't nobody holding you hostage. You already are someone who doesn't like Black Americans. And then you wave that flag and you audition and they bring you on up to the table. That's what it's about. So this is what's going on in this case. And this is exactly what occurred with this judge. And no offense to this brother right here, but I speak about it with a little more definitive nature. I see it more for what it really is. They said, we coming in your courtroom because we are about to intimidate this man.
Sensitivity for what this man or his family went through.
Hell no, he got no sensitivity.
Somebody need to call Tyrone and tell him about it. If you didn't know, this is Judge Tyrone.
Hell no, he ain't got no sensitivity. You don't apply those terms to the dominant society and the system of supremacy, y'all. This is what he allowed to go on in the courtroom. This is what was allowed to happen. This is why they ended up bringing that situation in, so they can practice that. And what this all is, you guys, this is an intimidation tactic, and it is trying to make him an example. Now we're about to start cooking on a whole different level, okay, family? What we're seeing is them trying to today create an atmosphere and an environment where Black Americans don't go out here participating in behaviors of Carmelo Anthony, participating in behaviors of Rodney Hinton Jr., participating in behaviors of a Black Alpha or anybody in here. See, now they got to start reeling in the Black folks. This spirit that we talk about that's become so powerful and so strong, it's spooking these people. They spooked, y'all. So they start bringing in people like this so they can try to trick everybody, so they can get everybody afraid and they can intimidate everyone. Y'all watch this right here, and this is what we mean. Now they're trying to round up all the slaves. Watch this.
This whole intimidating tactic that he used in the Rodney Hinton Jr. Court hearing, I wish the judge could have kicked some of these officers out of here, but it shows y'all the mentality of them, right? And even though it didn't work, he put his chin up and he kept it moving, right? But this is what I want to show y'all, right? Cincinnati, this dude right here in the middle, right here, I had to put a close-up on it. The bald head. Y'all gonna have some problems out of him. He gonna leave out of this courtroom with this on his mind. Look at him. Y'all got some problems out in Cincinnati. You know what I mean? Let me pause it for y'all so y'all can look at him good. Listen, y'all got some problems out here. Y'all better get his name, badge number, because in the near future, man, he finna do some crazy things to some of the young Blacks in the.
He already was. This man ain't gonna go and see the situation and act any worse than what he was already doing. He gonna do the same exact thing. Yep. Let's continue, y'all. Watch this.
Cincinnati area. I hate it, man, but sometimes this is the only way they fit it, man. Chin up, chest out, though. Y'all need some t-shirts in Cincinnati, man. Chin up, chest out. You know what I mean? I definitely cop one, or two, or three. You know what I mean? Somebody, you know what I mean? Get this man a picture. Chin up, chest out. This whole
watch them go through, family. Watch them mugging the hell out of him.
He used in the Rodney Hinton Jr. Court hearing. I wish the judge could have kicked some of these officers out of here, but it shows y'all the mentality of them, right? And even though it didn't work, he put his chin up and he kept it moving, right? But this is what I want to show y'all, right? Cincinnati, this dude right here in the middle, right here, I had to put a close-up on it. The bald head. Y'all gonna have some problems out of him. He gonna leave out of this courtroom with this on his mind. Look at him. Y'all got some problems out in Cincinnati. You know what I mean? Let me pause it for y'all so y'all can look at him good. Listen, y'all got some problems out here. Y'all better get his name, badge number, because in the near future, man, he finna do some crazy.
And look at that lady right there. Look at her. Look, boy, we got to start questioning some of these people. I don't know if that's a tether or not, but look, notice how she's looking away. Look at, and notice that she's not trying to make no type of eye contact. She's like, nope, because she's there to serve the system of supremacy. She's there to do her job and be a nice little puppet for the system. We know what it is, y'all. So the brother went in there, chest up, you know what I'm saying? Chin up, letting it be known. It don't matter. And that's the way you got to come with it. That's the energy you got to bring. But them people were sitting there, they didn't want to look at him in the face. They didn't want to look at him in the eye. They didn't want to address what he was on. And if you look very cautiously, fam, he was letting the system know, I'm not going to be afraid. This is why we say it's about to get real in the field. These cases don't just have something to do with the individuals, all right? I've been saying that for the longest amount of time. In America, everything that involves a Black American has something to do with all Black Americans. You don't believe me? Let's go there. Bill Cosby gets accused of something. 2 days later, they got articles and say, how come that's a problem in the Black community, right? Kyrie Irving, they accused him of something. Next thing you know, they say all Black folks do it. Dave Chappelle get on stage, makes a joke about a particular community. Next thing you know, they write articles and say, why are all Black people like that? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. This is what they always do when it comes to foundational Black Americans. So they're shook right now because they're seeing the energy that Rodney Hinton Jr. had, and it's the same as Carmelo had, and it's the same we all have. You cannot separate what went on up there, what went on in Texas, to what Black Americans are doing every damn day. You can't separate the two of them. You can't separate the two of them because they're not separating the two of them. Don't ever come out here and say, well, no, that one was this and this is this. No, it's the energy. We've been telling everybody about that spirit, and people didn't want to listen. They didn't want to hear. It's that spirit right now where FBA is so on code, and we're moving the way we do things, and we're watching the way the game plays out. Look at this right here. Watch this, fam. This shows you off top the way the game has changed. Look at that. Look at her looking away. She didn't want to address that brother. She didn't want to address that brother. She didn't want to see that brother. None of that. None of that right there, family. She was so afraid to look at that brother. So afraid. And you know why she was? Because you can't break that right there. Okay? You can break that crooked wig over there. You can't break this. Now think about it. That's one man. And she over there surrounded by all them W's. And I'm going to tell you this as well. All them damn W police officers, they looking at her and saying, how come your people are out here standing on business? It's your fault, Shaquita. See, this is what happens with these sellouts. These sellouts, fam, they end up getting in trouble by their own puppet masters because they can't corral us. That's what's happening. So she's very afraid, but I want y'all to notice that, right? Let me show y'all something right here. Check this out. Tell me this ain't the same thing. Soon as I seen that, I said, wait a minute. That looks very, very familiar. That looks like something that happened to me. Something that happened to me that a lot of y'all know went on about a year and a half ago. Y'all remember this? All of these puppets. That's why we talk about these puppets, y'all. And you got to watch after all of them because they out here playing games. Y'all remember this? When we got kicked out of South Carolina, when we went to go see Kamala? Watch this other guy who gave me that same look of, what do you mean? Watch this, fam.
These just say reparations on the stage because you want to kick us out. That's it. Matter of fact, while he's still talking on the stage. And there's probably about 20, 30 brothers and sisters who are foundational Black American freedmen. And they're taking us all out one by one for no reason at all. We were just watching. Wouldn't even let someone come in, but now you kicking us out. We ain't did nothing wrong. Don't please,
Brother, how you feel about that?
There you go. Look again. There you go. Fam, this is what I'm talking about. Look, it's the same thing. It's the same exact thing as that person. I say, how you feel about it? Oh, they ain't got nothing to do with me now. Ooh, not that, now top dance. Watch this. It's the same thing. Watch.
How you feel about it, brother? How you feel about that?
He ain't got no say.
You black now. How you feel about that?
I ain't got no say.
Okay, so how you feel about it, brother? How you feel about that?
He ain't got no say.
You black now. How you feel about that?
I ain't got no say.
Okay, so he feels the same way.
You see what we talking about? You see what we saying? It's the whole damn system, y'all.
How you feel about that?
He ain't got no.
Look at him. Can't even look me in my eye. Couldn't even look me in my eyes, family. They know what they be doing. They know damn well because there ain't no type of honor in being a puppet for the dominant society, being a mascot for the dominant society. Notice he stuttered too. He didn't even make a word. I say, how do you feel about that, brother? He said, what? How do you feel about that, my brother? I think what the? He don't even make no sense. Look at him. Look at him. He's looking at me now, and he see me put the camera. I did this on purpose because I wanted to document everybody who was in these high positions and pretending to be down with us and our spokespeople and see the way they crumble because their job is not to do anything for us. And watch him fold all the way.
He ain't got no say.
You black now. How you feel about that?
I ain't got no say.
Okay, so he feels the same way.
Then he walked right away, family. Walk right away because he's a buster. That's what we're talking about. This is what we're saying about these judges and these lawyers and these doctors. They're there to uphold the system of supremacy willingly, and they love it. That man looked away from me, didn't give me eye contact at all, the same exact way that crooked wig police officer looked away from Rodney Hinton. It's the same exact thing. You can't tell me anything other than that, fam. It's the same thing because it's an energy that they have. Same type of stuff. Looking away, don't want to address it, don't want to say a damn thing because they know what time it is. So we see that's the way they are, and we're different than that. All right. So Why we're taking a lot of this into our own hands is because we understand that not only is this a system that is out to get us and target us and to harm us, it's also a system that is there to railroad us, to have no justice. It doesn't even matter what occurs. And the main system of supremacy tactic is to keep us frozen in the same place forever. Remember that, y'all. They know they cannot defeat us. The best thing they can do is stall us. So we're always weary of these stall tactics in which they always try to throw towards foundationals. We're watching all the stall tactics because the stall tactic is the only thing, quite frankly, they have. Only thing they know how to do is say, well, we can't stop them. Let's keep them at bay. And what we've been doing, y'all, we haven't been sitting at bay. So they're going to have to try to make examples. This is what we're in. This is what I'm telling y'all. I need y'all brothers and sisters to be A1 on point all summer long, because now we're getting to the real. Now we're getting to the era and the time frame in which they understand politically too much goddamn power, socially too much goddamn power, building up, sticking together. And they know that we're not changing. See, if they seen a little inkling that we may change and some of us is down or whatever, no, we're going through a paradigm shift where all of the outdated people are gone. All the people who are younger, who think like the outdated people, they're gone and irrelevant. The only people who have relevance in the black community are foundational black Americans. Tethers don't work. Democrats don't work. Nobody. We're asking too many questions. We're breaking down camera footage and we're going frame by frame by frame, highlighting that they are criminals, highlighting that they're hiding the police officer, highlighting everything they're doing has them afraid and they don't really know what to do. We've got them shook. Y'all know we always say that. I don't know about nobody, but right here, we always talk about how we're so on code and on point and it's changing the world. So they said, let's rile him up. Let's bring him there so we can make it look like if y'all black folks do this, we gonna get you. It's the same thing as slavery. Ain't nothing changed but the numbers on the range, fam. It's the same thing as slavery. What they do in slavery? Oh, you standing on business? Oh, you talking too much real talk? Y'all go in there, get him. Let's round him up in front of everybody so we can publicly humiliate him. See, that's another thing. They're used to getting these celebrities, right? What do they do, y'all? They'll go get a celebrity, make them apologize, do a prepared statement, say I quit, say I'm going to donate charitable funds to this organization from this community that I supposedly offended. They're used to doing these humiliation rituals with celebrities. And what we've been saying, damn the celebrity. We don't like them neither. Damn them. So they can't use a celebrity as a proxy for their humiliation rituals, which they always do to black Americans, which they always put on us. They'll say, let's go get celebrity here. Let's go get a rapper. Let's go get a movie star. Let's go embarrass them in front of the public so we can set an example that black folks aren't supposed to behave this way. And we don't give a damn about the celebrities. As far as I'm concerned, you can have them. We don't like them because they don't do nothing for us. So we're not going to put on the cake for them. So they're looking right now at this situation where they're saying, you know what? Let's go ahead and go get this brother who stood on real business and let's try to reel him in. Absolutely. Kyrie and Kanye. Look at Kanye. I mean, Kanye's going out bad. They done ritualed him up. He's done. Kyrie, you ain't really been hearing much from Kyrie too much anymore ever since they came down. FBA ain't on that no more. So they're doing these things because they don't want the energy of Carmelo to spread to all 17, 18-year-olds. They don't want the energy of Rodney Hinton Jr. to spread to all fathers, all mothers, all parents. It's about to be Mother's Day. And they don't want this certified foundational black American mother standing on that type of business. They don't want that certified foundational black American father standing on that type of business because they see what's going. This is a time frame, y'all, where they are trying in every way to dilute and deflect off of the energy in which we've created. So they're coming up with all of these damn tactics. And quite frankly, it's not working. Y'all look at this one right here. Speaking of that, speaking of exactly what I just said, this brother I'm about to show y'all, he really broke it down. He broke it down to the T. And he explains how this was more than just a situation where they're trying to bring justice and all that. Everything happens for a reason. That wasn't just about Cincinnati, Ohio. That's about the whole United States of America. They want brothers and sisters in California to get the message, brothers and sisters in Alabama to get the message. They want brothers and sisters in Carolina to get the message, brothers and sisters in Michigan to get the message. This wasn't just about Cincinnati, Ohio. This is about the whole lineage of FBA. If y'all come out here and y'all stand on business, we're going to try to round you up. Problem for them is all those humiliation tactics, all that slavery stuff, that ain't working. Check this out. This brother lays it down the right way because this is what's truly going on. Watch this.
Law enforcement or police that showed up to that court hearing for Rodney Hinton, but it's really not. It's the Triple K Mafia and skinheads showing up to a public lynching execution the same way that they did back in the 20s and 30s. I mean, just look, out of the 6 people shown right here, 1, 2, 3 of them got their head shaved. And I know people gonna say, I got my head shaved too, but there's never been a black organization that hated white people and identified themselves by shaving all the hair off of their head. In 2006, so this article was dated in 2016 and it said it was 10 years ago. 2006, the FBI warned of supremacists in law enforcement, and has anything changed? So this is not a new phenomenon. This is not something that's not known to the federal government and other law enforcement agencies throughout the country. What's the best way to get a stronghold on the people that you hate than to have a position of power in the neighborhoods that they live in? It's common sense. It's brilliant if you really want to think about it. You mean I get to carry a gun in the neighborhoods of the people that I hate, and I get to shoot at them and not face no consequences behind it, maybe even get promoted behind it? That's a no-brainer. Sign me up. Skinheads. I mean, that's not a show of solidarity. That's not a show of support. That's a sign of, I can't stand who you are and I hate you. Look at the way he's looking. That's pure hate. And I can guarantee you that that hate has been festering for years and years and years. That ain't no from yesterday hate. That's 20, 30, 40, 50 years worth of hate right there on his face. So when these types of things keep happening, people getting hurt, people getting abused, people getting lied on, people getting shot and all that stuff by law enforcement, understand that that is not law enforcement. Those are supremacist organizations with a costume of law enforcement, backed by the immunity that they are provided by being law enforcement.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Say that one more time, brother.
Of law enforcement, backed by law enforcement, understand that that is not law enforcement. Those are supremacist organizations with a costume of law enforcement, backed by the immunity that they are provided by being law enforcement. It's a win-win for them. They get to do what they love, and they get to not face any charges behind it. I know it looked like.
There you go. There you go. Brother cooking right there. Brother cooking something serious right there. Yes, yes, yes. That's what it really is. So they try to round him up so they can make an example. And this has been going on for eons. Cincinnati, I don't know if we got Cincinnati in the house, or we got Ohio in the building, y'all. But Cincinnati has a very tumultuous racial history. See, black people from 1979 to 2012, 2013, I would say to Ferguson, okay? That was the most inactivity of black Americans in American history, okay? Coming out of the civil rights era, that was the most inactivity for black folks. I'm talking about slave revolts did more than people in that era. Yes, it did. Cincinnati, Toledo, Ohio, and LA riots were the only. You from Canton? Shout out to Canton. Much respect. Hall of Fame all day. That was the only time where brothers and sisters did anything. You got to understand, fam, during slavery, there were slave revolts all the time. People always had slave revolts. Shout out to Ohio. Shout out, Keith, I see you. There were slave revolts all the time during slavery. During Reconstruction, there was always some issues. Because how did the whole Black Wall Street, remember, they ran up on Black Wall Street. They ran them folks out of the building. They had to come back and start dropping things from the sky on them. Brothers and sisters stood on business. Shout out to Cleveland, boy, Ohio in the place. There were always some type of activities of rebellion until 1979. This is why we always say the civil rights era rocked black people to sleep. Black folks stayed quiet. There was no type of issues at all from 1979 to Ferguson. All right. The only time that there were 3 race riots, there were 3 race riots or 3 rebellions from 79 all the way until 2013. I'm not talking about the police coming through and, hitting the neighborhood up. I'm talking about something that was galvanized, where people was in the streets. It was the LA riots, and was at 90-91. It was the Cincinnati riots in, I want to say, 2001. It was in Toledo, Ohio, in 2005 or 6, and then Ferguson. You're talking about 3 in 50 years. 3 and 50 years. And then you started getting to things later on. In Toledo, they got busy. In Cincinnati, they got, these are both in Ohio. These are both in Ohio, okay? So you see, and in LA, that was it. That's it. The inactivity was something insane. So much inactivity amongst black people. And then think about it. After Ferguson, there's been what, 50? This is what I say when I say that we've done more in the last few years than folks did all collectively. This is what I be meaning. I always tell people, okay, so if you had a child that was, say if you're 40 years old and you had a child born in 2012, do you know that child's seen more race rebellions in their few years they've been alive than you seen all the way until you were 30? Okay, a 7-year-old from 2012 forward seen more rebellions than a 30-year-old, someone who was born way back in the 1980s to then. That's how crazy things been. So when it hit, it hit. You know what I'm saying? So Ohio's really been, yeah, Cleveland. They've always had those heavy, real heavy in Ohio because there's a lot of crazy things. Crazy, like Ohio's a tricky place. A lot of people don't understand. So I understand the energy in which goes on there. Like, for instance, Ohio, and I'm always telling this to people, Ohio is the only state in America that borders 4 different regions. Meaning, if you go up towards Cleveland and you go east from Cleveland, the border of Cleveland, you're going to Pennsylvania, you're going to New York, you're on the East Coast. Anything east on the eastern portion of Ohio, you're in the East Coast. Okay? Anything south of the Ohio border, that's Kentucky. That's the South. If you go west, you're going into Indiana and Illinois. That's the Midwest. And if you go north, you're going into Canada. Ohio borders 4 different regions. We border the East Coast, we border the South, we border the Midwest, and we border Canada. On the other side of the Great Lakes is Canada. No other state has that makeup. No other state has that type of energy. None. Nobody's got that type of vibe. And it just shows you all of these different mixings that go on in Ohio. In Cincinnati, they're a little different because slavery went all the way to Cincinnati's door. All the way to Cincinnati's door in slavery. Okay. And if you cross that bridge, the Ohio Bridge, okay, or the Ohio River, excuse me. I think it was the Roebling Bridge. I call it this Cincinnati Suspension Bridge. All my people from Ohio know exactly what I'm talking about. When you're going into Cincinnati, you go across the Suspension Bridge, right across from where the Cincinnati Bengals play. That's a whole nother story. Anyway, once you got there, you were free from slavery. You were free from slavery. Here's the problem, though. The Union folks, they ended up creating a deal with the Southerners that they would send in what? Slave catchers, police, to go across the border and to bring slaves back in. See, what it used to be is that you would be free. You'd be good to go. You'd make it through and you'd be good. And then they said, nope, let's make a deal. We can't be having that because some of these black folks are getting a little too far along. They're getting too forward. So we got to go ahead and stop them. And next thing you know, they were stopping them, family. So they got a lot of real certified energy in Ohio. It's got a real interesting racial makeup going all the way back. So the next thing they try to do, fam, is that they try to bring the family out. Okay. Now, some of the family members stood on business, but some of them didn't. All right. Now I'm going to show y'all Rodney Hinton Sr. Okay. Y'all look at this right here. Is he out there trying to tap dance for a paycheck, y'all? You knew it was coming. And boy, y'all just watch this.
Again, playing football, we play football outside all the time. It was just us, man.
To the officers that got killed, my whole family. I'm asking for forgiveness, and I've been praying hard for the officer that killed my grandson. I've been praying hard for him and his family because I know he's hurting off this. As I seen in the video about my grandson, I seen 2 scared people. I seen the officer scared, and I seen my grandson scared. So it's an unfortunate incident that happened. So that's all I seen. It was like, I didn't see the police there trying to kill. No, what I seen was 2 persons made a mistake. My grandson made a mistake being there, and the officer, he was trying to get back to his family too. So that's what I seen. So it's not about revenge or anything. I have nothing against nobody. You know, my Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, and I represent him. So with that said, please.
Here we go, fam. He's that man. I don't know what he's talking about. He's over here saying that he apologized. They just had your son in that situation right there, and you talking about Jesus and you praying for the cop. This is what he's doing, fam. The cop that just took out your grandson and you over here talking about some, Jesus came to me last night in a dream and told me that I need to go ahead and start doing some forgiveness.
You're not cold?
So you see what we talking about, y'all. Now they got to bring this in. This is where they got to go with it today. They got to bring in the family so they can set another example, because brothers and sisters ain't on that time. So they're going to go find the one family member, because to be honest, a lot of the other family members were kind of on code. A lot of the other family members was kind of talking that real talk. He wasn't. He came tap dancing. All right, I'm not even going to play all that because that was just irritating me. So they had to go and get him, and he said, I'm looking now, Jesus is my savior, and if it wasn't for Jesus, wouldn't none of this be here, we wouldn't be together, that type. Yeah, begging for forgiveness type talk. Okay, he said he forgives the police officer. That's what he said. He said he forgives the police officer. He said the cop was scared. He said the cop was scared. Let me tell you something. That cop was a lot of things. The scared wasn't one of them. Okay, scared was not one of them. Don't come up in here talking about you. The police officer was scared. If you don't miss me with all of that type of vibe, y'all. If you don't miss me with that type of stuff, and this is what I'm saying, they got to go get these type of people to talk like that. They got to. And he's thinking about a damn paycheck. And he's another one of those people why we're in the situations, why we're in them straight up right now, is because of that type of energy. Okay, that type of energy, we spend a long time. See, we want that type of vibe. We want that type of vibe because that type of vibe is what gets the results that we are trying to find, okay, in terms of justice. Not talking about harming nobody, but we talking about self-defense and protection. When you come around here and you start saying things like, well, I got to forgive because if I don't forgive, then I won't be forgiven. And the Lord and Savior, fam, that is tap dancing talk. That is outdated talk. Brothers and sisters don't operate like that. And again, for anybody who still thinks like that or still believes that that is going to do something for you, it is not going to happen. How do you know that brothers and sisters were not buying any of that? Is because the streets started going in on them. I don't know how you got a father like we just seen, and his father is the opposite way. I don't get it, but for whatever it is, the streets do not agree with that at all. Y'all watch what they saying, and it's clear. We ain't got that time for that type of sucker energy. We trying to get results.
Car wasn't stolen. I know for a fact y'all about to move the goalpost. I just want to know where it's going to be. Oh, he had a gun. We don't even know if he had a gun. And that video that we are all watching, if someone can show me where the gun is, I'd like to see it, because I don't see that boy running with any type of gun. And even if you did have a gun, that cop had no right to shoot him. And for your worthless granddaddy to get up there, I don't know why y'all let him talk, to get up there and basically look, I saw the fear in the cop's eyes. Bro, what? It's almost like, it's almost as if someone powerful told him to get up there and say that, because that makes no sense. There's no way I'm getting up there talking like that. Now, I might not ask for violence. I might not ask for retaliation, but I'm not getting up there talking about anything other than my son and my grandson.
Whose bright idea was it to put this family, yes, Ryan Hinton Jr.'s family, in a conference to speak to America and basically throw the Cincinnati police a get out of free jail card? Like, who idea was that? Michael Wright and a team of attorneys, you guys did not think for a moment that it was a bad idea for this family to stand up there and basically say it was a mistake, we should forgive because we're coming from a spiritual aspect of it, and also say, hey, I witnessed the footage, and within the footage, I just seen two scared people. Today, Rodney Hinton Sr. got up there and basically just threw the investigation away. Basically, they can say your own family did not find it unjust that this child's life was taken. Who bright idea was this? Did you guys give this family any type of media coaching? Did you do any of that? Or did you just throw them up there for the publicity just to have them seen on TV? Or are you working with the other side to get them off on murder?
That's what I'm believing, family. That's what I'm believing, because what ends up happening is they always go find the tap dancer in the circle. They go find the one that they feel is going to go out there and say that type of talk. But see, brothers and sisters ain't really doing it. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't even seen brothers and sisters going in on him a few years ago. They are now. But that's exactly what it was, fam. They was like, nah, let's go out there. Let's try to push this line. Let's find the one that'll tap dance. And to be real, you don't really need somebody to come out there and say it, because anytime somebody gets harmed who's a Black American, there's always going to be somebody who's thinking about a check, because that's that old energy that the Ben Crumps of the world have put in on Black folks. That's the energy that they've been trying to give us. Y'all be subservient, y'all be docile, y'all get some money, sell your own family members out. That's what they've been doing. So yeah, it's something that they've been pushing, but at the same time, y'all, it's all a game.
Let's be for real. It was a disaster. It wasn't a good look. It was no reason for this family to stand up in front of America and say anything. If anything, the Cincinnati police should be sending their condolences to the family and apologizing, but which they have not done. Has this family not seen that their own family member is in court that's facing charges for revenge for his son, and they're standing in there deep trying to intimidate him? Why speak? Why disassociate yourself? Silence is better than speaking a lot of times. Sometimes when you open your mouth can just do way more damage.
Kids out there and all y'all that's watching this, bro, y'all know that could have been one of y'all, right? Y'all not go and see who he go out there and say he want to give a man, you a disgrace for a Black man, G. I ain't gonna even lie. I know your boy sitting in that jail like, what the bro, you type of is the ones let the community down, man. Y'all the reason these kids fuck up right now, man. It's y'all, bro. It's y'all. Like you, bro. Straight up, bro. It's like you, G. You a disgrace to your boy, man. And your boy. You a disgrace, my dude. You a disgrace, G. All the grandkids around that should have a problem with this man right here. He the type that let a white man call him boy. He one of those. He's a boy. House.
There you go. Absolutely. So again, let me go ahead and put perspective on it. So even that ain't working. You understand? So that's not working. They really thought that they was going to send dude out there and he talked that, and then Black folks would be like, yeah, that's true, man. There was fear on both sides. No, nothing is taking away from the energy we have, y'all. They're not making us afraid of anything. Our energy is staying strong. It's staying solid. It's staying certified. We're not moving. You come out, you start tap dancing for a check, brothers and sisters going to roast you. You come out talking about the police officer was scared too, brothers and sisters going to roast you. You come out here saying that we all need to get along, brothers and sisters are going to roast you. Y'all notice now, we are controlling every situation, including these. This is why we used to sit back, y'all, and we'd see something go on and we say, all right, I got the back of this person. Now what the brothers and sisters been doing, we'd be like, man, hell no. Nope. We're not riding for none of those people until we see. If you on code and you on game, we'll rock with you. If you're not, we just not rocking. It's just what it is, fam. So no, certifies now, we get to the point where we're going to have to start checking paperwork on everybody and those families, because we got kind of, let's be real, y'all, we got played too much by some of them families. Some of them families were out here and they were talking reckless. They were just saying things like, y'all be quiet. Y'all going to get my brother suit thrown away. Remember that? They was coming at us crazy. You feel me? Because we're operating off the system of supremacy. They're operating like it's a one-off. They think that's just a bad apple. See, when you believe it's a bad apple, you just go along with anything they tell you. There was a lot of family members, y'all, they was getting reckless with us. We was out there saying, no, man, no justice, no peace. We're going to get rid of the system of supremacy. We're going to get some Black power. And the family was saying, y'all need to calm down and represent my brother better. They was talking reckless. They was talking so reckless. They were saying things like, if y'all don't go home and go pray, we don't want your energy. Don't bring it to my city. And then we was okay, then you on your own then. Because when somebody want that bag, they want that bag. They want that bag. And that's what it is. That person seen a bag. Okay. And that's the craziest part about it is, family. That is the father. That's the grandfather of Ryan. That's the grandfather. So the fact that shows you one person can have that energy, the next person may not. Sometimes you skip a generation, okay? Sometimes people love the money more than they love themselves. But we on top, well, we going to love ourselves and we going to get the money. Who knows? So let's check this out. Another thing, fam. These people been out here, the dominant society, they've been doing all they flip-flopping back and forth, right? They've been doing some major flip-flopping. Y'all watch this right here. They are mad, and it's not about this case. I want y'all to remember, this case is a one-off. They don't like the energy of this case.
We have people cheering this on. And that is how our society is right now. This guy's son was unalived by the police because he pointed a pew-pew at them. So he goes out and unalives a cop who had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with this. And our society cheers it on. Our society cheers it on because in their mind, the media has brainwashed them to the point that they believe this should happen to the police. Our media has brainwashed them to this point. And this is why if I live to 175, I'll never pull a Democratic lever and vote for a Democrat ever. Because this is absolutely disgusting. I said what I said. We have people.
This man thinks it's a Democratic thing. He's putting this on the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? He's putting it on the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting there saying, man, well, you know, the Democrats are the reason. And if it wasn't for the Democrats, we would be better off. Newsflash, partner, this ain't got nothing to do with the Democrats. Nothing to do with them. This is about FBA energy right here. This is certified energy. The Democrats ain't got nothing to do with what we doing now. The Democrats ain't got nothing to do with what we creating. This is all an aspect of the energy of us when we done got tired of playing these goddamn games. That's what it's about. So you see right here, family, notice he's very rarely, not much mentioning the actual case. He's mostly mentioning what? He's mentioning the energy. This country and this society, he's mad because the society is really foundational Black Americans standing on foundational Black American business. This is what's got them so mad and upset. So he can just stay mad. He can stay mad. Notice, fam, who's mad and who's glad. Look at that, fam. FBA, we out here laughing. Brothers and sisters out here laughing. We rolling, y'all. We in full control. There's nothing out here that's got us shook it off. They're the ones out here babbling, getting upset, talking about why is this and why is that. They're the ones trying to make indictments on society. We're not making indictments on society. We already know what it is. We already know what it's hitting for. We already know what they're doing. We already know type of time and energy that they put forth. So why do we really care about what they're talking about when what we're talking about means more? If you ever want to know who's really on game, look who's mad. And they're the ones who are mad. Okay? Because if you look, we're the ones who are kind of getting ours. We're getting ours right now. All right? Carmelo's still here. I'm just saying. They can get mad all they want, but isn't Carmelo still here? Because y'all know we be out here making memorials for Carmelo about 5-10 years ago. We be out here talking about how many more times with Carmelo. Carmelo's right now, he's going to go to sleep tonight in his own bed. Okay? Rodney Hinton, he looks very, very secure with what he did because he stood on business for his kid. Okay? So you're not really seeing brothers and sisters out here shook and afraid and crying. It's just not happening. There is an energy of us standing for ourselves. And that's something they just don't like. They don't like it. They ain't standing for it. They don't want to be around it. And when you talk about people not wanting to be around those things, watch some of the energy that they're doing now. Because you know they got to send out people to try to deflect the energy in which we have. Look at this, y'all. I need y'all to see this, fam. Watch this video. Here come the fake allies. All right, I want everybody to know that's always the step. So you had the last guy saying, where's society at? I'll never vote Democrat. That FBA is too strong. Y'all watch this lady come out right now and look at her title. It says Rodney Hinton Jr., Ryan Hinton. Watch what she ends up saying about the case, you guys. And you know this is perpetrated so they can say, we can't stop FBA. Let's try to send in a Becky to do the job. Watch this.
Already starting to see people do with the Rodney Hinton Jr. case related to his son's unaliving by a police officer pew-pewing at his back because he was running away. And in the body cam footage, he is holding a pillow or a jacket or something. There is no gun, like they claim. But something I'm already starting to see is people doing that thing that they did with Palestine and Hamas.
Who? Here we go, y'all. It pivoted to Palestine real quick.
That thing that they did with Palestine and Hamas. Well, are you going to condemn Hamas? Are you going to condemn Hamas? Are you going to condemn Rodney? Condemn Hamas? Are you going to condemn Hamas? Well, are you going to condemn Hamas? Are you going to condemn Hamas? Are you going to condemn Rodney? And I'm not surprised.
What the hell this got to do with Palestine and Hamas? Notice, fam, you see what I'm saying? You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming, y'all. This is exactly what we prepared for. All right? And she's got Free Palestine right here in the title. It says Free Palestine, Justice for Ryan. Look, they do this on purpose. She know what she's doing. She does this on purpose because she'll hashtag our situation and then hashtag Free Palestine so she get all the traffic whenever we start getting big in the headlines.
Christ. But if you know that the mass unaliving of Black people in America is a G-side, you won't do that. Something I'm already starting to see people do with.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming because what would it be without somebody trying to get in on what we're doing? Okay, so you already seen. They be doing that. They hashtag it so the names come up simultaneous. They were using that Carmelo and then that Kilmar Garcia guy. They was putting them together. Now they're using Rodney and Ryan Hinton and they're using Palestine so they can tie it all the way in. This is what they do. You knew it was coming. You knew that's the type of energy they was going to try to put forth, fam, and they always do that. And this is what we mean, y'all. We're not listening to any of these weirdos pop up. Everything is staying within our boundaries, our borders. I always say this. Look at our foundational Black American lineage, look at it as a landmass. If you can't see a code or a community in your head, look at it as a border, all right? And you have borders inside of this lineage. And people who are from the outside cannot come on to the inside. That is the bottom line. So this is why they don't like what we're doing, because we're making it clear, crystal clear. These borders are closed. You might as well go ahead and just say our borders are like the guy like ICE, all right? We got them borders closed. You can't come in here. It's that simple. And these people now are trying to do a lot of things. Look at some of these weirdos, y'all, that they send. Y'all notice one thing? Everybody that they always send in to be an ally to Black folks, they're always the people who are the rejects of their community. You ever notice that, family? All right? They always send in these weirdos. Look at this. Let me ask y'all, do you really feel these type of people's allyship is going to do anything to advance the Ryan Hinton situation? Y'all watch this. Do you want these people to help y'all? And what pattern do you see with these people?
The man that ran over the police officer the day after his son was unalived. And everybody's making it out to be just this big thing about, oh, that cop did nothing to him and blah, blah, blah. Listen.
Yes, fam. The Pink Hair Brigade has announced they're on the case. Here come all the allies now, y'all. You had the Free Palestine ally, and now you got the pink hair. These are the people who are going to stand up next to Black Americans. These are the people who are going to stand up against tyranny. These folks right here.
Cop did nothing to him and blah, blah, blah. Listen, the police department in any city and state throughout this country is a gang. That's all they are. They're a legal gang. That man looked at it in black and I don't mean the race. A member of that gang unalived his son. So he reacted by unaliving one of the gang members. Police department is a gang.
They killed his son and tried to say that his son was.
Now here comes the purple hair. Fam, we got the red hair and the purple hair. These are the best allies in which they can provide, y'all. You see why we stay to ourselves?
Pointing a at them. That this officer feared for his life, and they don't expect them to wait until they're fired upon. Trigger warning, I'm going to show you the footage. He was while running away from the officer. The officer's life was not in danger. They killed his son because he was Black, and then they supported the cop by making excuses. It makes sense that he was upset to that level. They his son. They killed his son and tried to say that his son.
She keeps saying that a lot too. Are y'all picking up on how every other word she keeps throwing that in there? The son. Notice that, family? You got to remember too, a lot of these people are pretending to be allies, but what they really are is they're trying to instigate this situation. They're really trying to fuel the flames of this situation so it can turn into something more. Remember that all the time when you hear these people talking. That's what this is. She seems to be overemphasizing what happened. We know what happened. Your purple hair knows what happened, but why do you keep saying it?
By making excuses. It makes sense that he was upset to that level. They his son. They his son and tried to say that his son was pointing a at them. At this officer.
The man that ran over the police officer.
There you go. So you see already, fam, they're sending in the colored hair brigade. And those are going to be the people who do something about this situation. That's it right there, fam. The colored hair brigade. They coming on in and they're here to help black folks. So no, it's all borders. It's all keeping people on the outside who need to be on the outside. You can't come on in. You just can't. You just can't. And we don't fall for none of that. All right. See, that's another reason why a lot of the situations with black folks would never go nowhere is because, quite frankly, y'all, they would end up bringing in people who genuinely, sincerely had no business being around us. And that whole search for allies, that always was detrimental to every single cause that black people wanted to get accomplished, because the allies were always the main ones that were knocking it down and not making it happen. It was always the allies. The allies were always the main ones who were coming around here pretending to be down with black folks, and black folks would fall for it. And then next thing you know, voila, everything changed up. So no, we are, and this is how I am, and I'm sure the brothers and sisters are, I don't want any allies. I have a no ally policy. That's the way I move, a no ally policy. And I don't want anybody around my community because, quite frankly, it's just not to be trusted. And if you base this off of track record, these quote unquote allies have always been to our detriment. So it's safe just to not have any around you. And quite frankly, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. So this is how they're trying to bring in all these other people to try to get involved on this case. We ain't having none of that, none. But more footage ended up coming out. And I'm telling you right now, Rodney Hinton, he's in a situation where it doesn't really look like there's any form of that energy that they want to put on him. And it seems like it's more and more of that Majar spirit that we talk about. Y'all watch this.
Drag on this side.
Place that hand up there.
Here, we just stand still for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do your hands for me?
Notice, y'all. Notice that the brother, there's no fear. There's no fear. See, once you don't have the fear in you of something bad's going to happen, they're going to punish me. Once you remove the thought process of some type of punishment is going to get me, then you become free. You become free to it. See, when you are in this movement, it's going to be a movement that is going to be absolute or nothing at all. And what I'm seeing, why all this footage, and they think by putting out this footage is scaring black folks. In reality, it's not. What it's really doing is it's making black folks see exactly what it is, exactly what's going on, and exactly how we need to operate. No fear at all, y'all. There ain't no fear. You don't see him sitting there saying, well, I'm sorry. Can I have an excuse? And can you let me go? And if you did let me go, I'd apologize. You're not seeing that energy, y'all. So all of this is having that backfire effect that the dominant society doesn't want us to have. That's what it is. You got to have that energy of I don't care. When these people be out here and they be pushing all that anti-blackness, they don't give a damn. They're not moving scared. So there's no reason for us to move scared. Neither.
Go back this way, sir. Turn around to the back of the van for me, please. You have to watch stuff getting up there and keep your head down so that you know I'm not bothering on the top of the van, okay? And I'll see seatbelt you in once we get you in. Just take your time. I got your back, and for balance, I got your back. Watch your head. Ready?
Watch this, family. The same look he gave in the courtroom, he's about to give the same look right here.
Okay, come on now. Watch your head. Watch your head. Okay, ready? Step down slow. Okay, with this deputy right here, okay?
Step forward a little bit. He's gonna shut the door. Good.
There you go.
Good.
Chin up, chest out. Same type of time. Same type of time, family. But let me think about this, fam. Notice, y'all, how they keep trying to show us the footage of him being arrested, being arraigned. How come in this case, think about it. You ain't even told us who the police officer was. You're hiding the identity of the police officer that harmed Ryan Hinton. But yet you're showing us all this footage of Rodney Hinton in chains and shackles. They're trying to put that in your brain, y'all. That's what they're doing. And every time I seen him, he's got his chin up and his chest out, even when he's walking. You're dealing with someone who has no fear. When we look back at all the revolts with slavery, you look back of anybody who stood up to the systematic oppression faced towards us, you see that same energy if you know what you're looking for. It's the same exact energy. Brother is on it. When he walked out the courtroom, he was like, yep, gone forever, gone forever. When he sat there and he walked and he put that chin up, fam, that's an energy of someone who's not afraid. And if you're going against anything that's oppressive, the fear has to be gone. See, the problem is we done already had too many scared Negroes. Too many scared Negroes. The Negroes was too scared back in the day. Oh, what if they do this? What if I do this? What if I do this? They didn't ever want no consequences. They didn't want no consequences, so they never stood on business. To stand on business means that you got to be fearless, all right? In order to protect yourself, you got to be fearless. If you sitting there, you sleeping at night, somebody comes into your home, come running down your goddamn hallway, are you going to be scared or are you going to be fearless? Fearless is going to get you out the situation. Fear is going to have you stuck in the situation. And that's the energy that they're really, really afraid of. No matter what they keep showing us, family, the brother's not folding up. And they don't like the fact that the brother's not folding. It's just that they want to show, man, fam, did I not just show y'all? Think about this, y'all. Think about all the videos I'm showing you with Africans, with Haitians, with Mexicans getting deported. Look how much they crying when they getting deported. Look at the energy. We want to go there. Look at the energy when you see all of the tethers getting deported. They be crying. They be breaking down. They be on their knees. They be pleading. Now look at Rodney Hinton Jr.'s energy. Chest out, chin up, and just going with the flow. It's a big difference, y'all. You see people breaking down more when they get deported than this brother. So if you ever want to know the difference in energy between us and them, our community, them, our society versus everybody else, you see it right here. And brothers and sisters are understanding it. See, energy moves fast and energy is very, very infectious. So once you get that energy on you, it starts to set a precedent. And that's why the precedent is really going. Yes, that warrior class. That's the type of vibe that people are seeing. And I'm telling you right now, the worst thing they ever did was do these little tactics, thinking it's going to scare somebody. It's not scaring somebody. Because one thing I know for certain, when somebody is concerned about a family member, all that stuff go out the window. All right. And that's another thing. Everybody's saying chin up, chest out. That's becoming a thing now. You know what I'm saying? So if you're looking, and we said this a couple weeks ago before this case, the Carmelo Anthony situation is going to be something symbolic for change. This situation is going to be something symbolic for change. So they're trying to get rid of those two cases. They're trying to get rid of them because they don't want the energy. See, they want to give you Trayvon Martin. They want to give you Emmett Till. They love giving you those two things because they can put a spin on it of oppression. If it leans towards oppression, then they'll put that symbolic gesture there. If it leans towards justice and empowerment, they'll try to get rid of it. So they're trying to get rid of that energy because they know without a shadow of a doubt, it's real in the field. And every single week, fam, there's a new subject, a new topic, a new injustice, and we're tackling them all. You're not seeing the same results. Think about the results before. If you want to know the answer, look at the results of today. The results of today are not black folks crying. You seeing them crying. The Mayos are breaking down. They're talking about they're going to leave America. They hate everything. We're not on that. I'm telling you, this is a different time, a different energy. Ryan Hinton the situation of his father, Rodney Hinton, getting him some justice or getting revenge or trying to go back and stand for his son, that is going to go across the damn nation. I promise you. So fast, y'all. There's so many different stories. There's another one I want to show y'all about. Did y'all see this one right here? Let me show y'all this. How many of y'all seen the story of those 2 W boys that came and they were knocking on that black man's door? Or they tried to kick his door in. Did y'all see this one right here? How many of y'all seen this? There's a new story every day, family. There's a new story every single day, and it's getting more and more real as we move right into the summertime. Smash that like button. Black Alpha. Got it going. Check this out, y'all. This story shows you 2 W boys thought they was going to pull a little prank on this brother, and they was trying to kick on his door. And I don't believe it was a prank. I think that they were trying to kick his door in, and the brother went ahead and he retaliated and self-defended. Watch this.
Barnard with the very latest from Fredericksburg.
Neighbors tell us the man who shot the teen at his home in this neighborhood overnight Saturday is in the military. The young man shot and killed was 18-year-old Michael Bosworth Jr., played lacrosse and football for Massaponax High School. Spotsylvania County Sheriff's officials say Bosworth and 2 juveniles were in the backyard of a home on Mackenzie Lane around 3 a.m. Saturday, trying to break into the house when they were confronted by the homeowner. Bosworth was shot and killed. One of the other boys wounded in the gunfire. Neighbors tell us they heard as many as 8 gunshots and that the teens had tried to break into other homes on the street that night. The boys who survived tell investigators they were only recording themselves dinging and ditching for a TikTok challenge, not trying to commit burglaries. Reaction here in the Fredericksburg neighborhood this afternoon.
I'm sorry the kid did that. I wish that he hadn't done what he did because he had to pay the ultimate price. Nobody likes that. Nobody, not even the homeowner. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Not a good idea. It's not safe. Just don't do it.
Because you don't know what's on the other side of the door.
Right. Just don't do it.
Of course, she's talking about the whole notion of dinging and ditching. We're told.
No, family, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. They're lying, y'all. That was not no prank at all. Watch the language, fam. Notice how they're very, very adamant about trying to say it was a prank. Oh, it was just a prank. No. It's a prank. We were just pranking around. That's all it was. We were just in here pranking and having a good time. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it look like it was a prank instead of armed robbery. That was a robbery right there, okay? They were trying to rob this brother. And the brother seen somebody as who's doing a prank at 3 a.m. the day before you got to go to your prom. You see what they're doing, fam. They're trying to clean this up. When have you ever seen the dominant society so okay with a brother taking one of them down? When? The very fact that they're not sitting here yelling and screaming like all of the other TikTok videos they have, the very fact that they're not yelling and screaming lets you know they're okay with it because they got a good lie. Watch this lady. Oh, you shouldn't really do those things. Nah.
Dinging and ditching for a TikTok challenge, not trying to commit burglaries. Reaction here in the Fredericksburg neighborhood this afternoon.
I'm sorry the kid did that. I wish that he hadn't done what he did because he had to pay the ultimate price. Nobody likes that. Nobody, not even the homeowner. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Not a good idea.
Nah, no, family. When have they ever been that calm about something? Well, it's just so wrong. Nah, no. They know damn well that was a robbery. They're only calm because they got a hold on the lie. They can okay, we got a good lie, so we can pretend to be calm.
Idea. It's not safe. Just don't do it.
Because you don't know what's on the other side of the door.
Right. Just don't do it.
Of course, she's talking about the whole notion of dinging and ditching. We're told grief counselors were at Massaponax High School today. Michael Bosworth was set to graduate later this month. We're told Saturday night's prom went on as scheduled. Michael's stepfather, who I spoke to on the phone this afternoon, says they are mourning their son. He was a brother also as well, and they say they appreciate the love and support they're getting from the community.
18-year-old Michael Bosworth Jr. was a senior at Massaponax High School in Spotsy. His stepfather says Michael played lacrosse, football, and he wrestled. But at about 3 a.m. Saturday, just hours before the high school prom later that night, Michael was shot and killed by a homeowner on Mackenzie Lane. The homeowner, who has not been named nor charged with any crime, says Michael and 2 other teens tried to break into their house. News 4 knocked on the door of the home, but no one answered. Tonight, the Spotsylvania County Commonwealth's attorney is reviewing the evidence to determine if charges are appropriate or if this was a justifiable.
Fox 5's Bob Barnard with the very latest from Fredericksburg.
There they go. Here we go, family. All right, let's bubble. Let's bubble. They know damn well they full of. They thought they was real too. They was like, "It's a ding dong ditch." Nah, no. They were coming to break into that brother's house, and I believe that brother's probably the only black man in that neighborhood. That's what I believe, fam. That's what it was. And he seen something going on, and he handled that. And think about it, y'all. He ends up getting arrested. He ends up getting arrested for holding down his own fort, holding down his own house. Think about this and how it gets real. They know damn well that that brother was protecting himself. And the first thing they do is they come up with a lie. And then after they come up with a lie, they ended up getting this brother and trying to charge him. How are you charged for somebody coming to your house at nighttime, kicking on your door? That makes no sense. So this shows you again the system. We're all talking about how now everybody's in bigotry. Everybody's a bigot. They're sitting there mad at this over here, okay with this over here. Because the system of supremacy operates in contradiction. That's all they do anyway, is they contradict. This shows you again that they got all this smoke for a brother who defends himself, all this smoke for a father who protects himself, but they ain't got no smoke for this right here. You understand? And nobody's buying it. No, watch this. Man, I'm going to tell you, this story is out there, and brothers and sisters, like the last story, we ain't falling for it. Watch this.
This 18-year-old named Michael. So Mr. Chase has been charged with the passing of 18-year-old Michael after they were playing a prank on him. It was 3 a.m. in the morning when Michael's friends claimed that they were just kicking in doors to be funny and run away, almost like Ding Dong Ditch. Well, claims he did not know that. He stated that he heard people breaking into his home and got his firearms. He caught them on the property and started, letting it loose. His friends claim a different story. They said that after they proceeded to kick his door repeatedly, they decided to start running and trying to find places to hide. But then they were met with gunfire, stating that they were just doing a harmless TikTok prank and they don't understand why he would do this. Now you have family members stating that you're supposed to investigate the situation first before you react. It doesn't matter if it sounded like people were kicking in your door or you thought someone broke into your home. While other people are saying no, they tried to kick in his door. He thought it was an intruder. He proceeded to move the way he thought he should have, and then it sadly ended with one of them not being here anymore. Regardless, Chase has been given no bond.
Let me go a little. So you mean to tell me that this man Butler is facing charges for some kids so-called pranking, and I don't care what they said, now it's a prank. It was not a prank. Nobody pranks going to house and kicking in their doors. That's not a prank. Because he one teen and injured another one. Now he faces charges because they say it's a prank. Tell me anybody that pranks going to door, kicking in the doors. I'll wait. Yeah, and even if it was a prank, they deserve to die behind that prank. You know why? Because you shouldn't prank going to people's houses and kicking in doors. I don't think nobody pranking that because they know the consequences of it. Well, they thought Mr. Butler wasn't home, tried to kick the door open for a robbery. He was there. He answered with gunshots, somebody. And because people don't want to tell the truth and just say, hey, we got bad kids too that make bad judgment decisions and they got their lives taken and it's justified because they don't want to do that because the skin color of the man that was black. So they come up with the thing, it was a prank, as if that's even better. So you mean to tell me it's better for y'all to think that your kids is pranking, kicking in innocent people's homes, breaking their doors is any better? RIP to the kids. But I am not surprised, nor am I hurt that they are gone because you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes, and where are all the white people that pop up on all the black posts and say, ha ha, goody, or this and that, or what about these people? This is what these people do. Have you not noticed what you people do?
This brother on fire. I'm telling you right now, if you like black folks being real, black folks being to the point, you gonna love this generation. You gonna love the last 2 months. Brothers ain't playing. He getting straight to it.
The stupidest shit ever. Who pranks kicking indoors? If that's the case, you should have just made sure it was serious. But you're not fooling nobody. Just be honest. The people was breaking their houses, stealing. They got killed. One got injured. Hey, it comes with the consequences of breaking in people's houses. Point blank, period. Free this man.
Dumb prank ended up with the
man has been arrested because 3 white kids were breaking in his home at 3 o'clock in the morning. One of the ones that did survive said it was a TikTok prank. And at this point, I just want to know what time we're going to start riding out. Because I know damn well we're not going to continue to let these Africans, whites, Asians, and the rest of these creatures keep playing on our tops. And peep the media, how they're trying to make it seem like the whites boys are victims and the melanated man is wrong for protecting himself from somebody breaking into his house.
There they go, fam. There you go. More and more and more of these stories are coming out, fam. Every day there's something new. We showed y'all in Mississippi, the brother who went out there and the W was like, can I keep him? You know what I'm saying? We done showed everybody that. And this is what's happening. So this brother ended up getting arrested. They're trying to charge this brother for defending himself. Who kicks in someone's back door at 3 in the morning and tries to tell you it's prank? I'm telling you, fam, they just trying to play in front of us. They just trying to play in front of us, man. And they think we going for it. See, brothers and sisters aren't going for it. This is what it feels like when the grassroots is in control of the community. All right. When the boule is in control of the community, when the church folks in control of the community, you get games being played. And we ain't playing no games. We out here saying free Carmelo when Carmelo was locked up. Free Rodney Hinton, yes, justice for Ryan. And now we're saying free this brother right here. Free this brother right here because they trying to railroad this brother for taking care of his own house. I don't care what nobody says. You mean to tell me when somebody's kicking in your back door at night, 3 a.m., ain't nothing going to happen? You just going to sit there and wait? You're going to be somebody else they're going to be trying to hashtag with shaky footage. Nah, bruh. Nah, it's a different time. The energy's different, y'all. The energy, absolutely. That's a home invasion. By every way, shape, or form, it's a home invasion. Y'all know if the colors was flipped, it'd be a home invasion. So think about how the dominant society, the interview, right, they did with Chad and Sarah, they were sitting there saying, oh, it's you know, it's so sad, you know. The reason why they're doing that because they don't know why the Black community is not falling for the games. So they're trying to come up with new, different lies and different tactics. They're trying to find avenues now to trick us because that front door ain't working. They try to make it look like it wasn't something mean. It wasn't something bad. There was no bad behavior involved. It was just a prank. That's why they're doing it. Anytime the dominant society is going overboard with, oh, it's a prank, it's a prank, it's a prank, that means it wasn't a prank. And they got to make it look like there was no type of foul play involved. So they're out there saying, okay, because they know damn well, any other case, they'd be mad, they'd be screaming, they'd be upset. When they're not mad, screaming, and upset, then that shows you right then and there that, yeah, there's something else going on. There's something else going on, and that's a lie. They're trying to come up with every lie that they can find because those lies are taken away from maybe your community ain't doing too good. But look at this, fam, and this is what we're doing. Every single case that you see out here, you can highlight and bring to a different case. All right. Everything out there. You can look at the Carmelo Anthony situation. Then you can look at that Allison guy. You can look at every case and you see the opposite when the colors change. You see that one we just showed right there, right? The same exact thing happened to a W dude. Only difference is this wasn't late at night. It wasn't his back door. Somebody came knocking with a DoorDash. What happened? Mr. Chad opened the door and he pulled out that pap and started clapping. Yes, he did. Look at this. Same exact situation. Actually, what the brother did was far more honorable. But this man right here, watch what he ends up doing, everybody. And notice they don't have no problem with this.
Allegedly, I need any help. After asking for help at this house, the victim knocked on John Riley's door. That's where the town of Chester's highway superintendent allegedly shot the victim. Here's the version the DoorDasher told his family.
He asked the guy, "Is this your order?" The guy said no and proceeds to say, "Get off my property." He walks away. He's going about his day, going to his car, and the guy tries to murder him.
The victim first stopped at a gas station. Relatives say he was so scared he then drove all the way home to Middletown. The native of Guinea-Bissau moved to the U.S. just a few months ago to live with his siblings.
He's a really kind soul. Like he's just.
So a brother has somebody trying to break in, home invade his house at 3 a.m. and defends himself. And they try to arrest him and charge him. This guy has someone from DoorDash coming to his house and walking away, just like Ryan Hinton was walking away, and they pull out the damn hammer. And this man is set free and good to go.
He's really quiet. He doesn't really speak up much.
Riley is 48 years old, recently reelected to his post as highway supervisor and a federally licensed firearms dealer. No trespassing signs are now posted in front of the home. The victim is still hospitalized after undergoing surgery.
Then he put up no trespassing after he clipped somebody. You see the flip-flopping in the system of supremacy.
We're grateful that he's alive, and we want this guy to get the punishment he deserves.
Superintendent
There you go, y'all. Flip-flopping all over the damn place. All over the place however they can. So you see right then and there, y'all. They'll try to play a game. They'll try to hustle. They'll try to scam as much as they can so they can stop everybody. That's it. And you see, again, a different case with a different face, and it all gets erased. That's what it is. I need right now, though, family, for everybody to realize that in the system of supremacy, there's always two different rules, all right? There's the rules in which we go by, and there's the rules that they go by. The rules in which they go by, those rules are not written down. Those rules are all in their brain. Those rules ain't got nothing to do with anything. Those rules are completely separate. You run around thinking that they rules are yours, and you're going to have a hard time understanding why it didn't work out for you. So look at the comparisons and look how the results change when the color changes. You got one person who's being home invaded, and he defends his house, and they say it was a prank, and then they hide all the phones and the videos. I don't even believe that child has a TikTok. You know, the W guy who's trying to kick in, they said it was a TikTok video. They didn't show anything about the videos. They just said, oh, yep, take my word for it. They didn't say this man has a TikTok. Nope, take a word for it. Because most people who do the prank videos and all that kind of stuff, first off, they don't kick in people's doors at 3 a.m. They damn sure don't come with a bunch of different people. So how come you just don't show us the TikTok videos? Because they don't exist. But that's what happens on that side. Then you flip in another guy, paps a person who's coming to their door for DoorDash. And by the way, y'all notice that you don't see those people in the street, because I think that guy was a Chico. And notice the Chicos don't be in the streets trying to get no justice of any of that, right? But let me bring that all back. Everybody's mad at what? They're mad at Rodney Hinton Jr. for this, right? Okay. Well, it's funny, because while everybody's so upset at Rodney Hinton Jr. for hitting that individual with the car, I can show everybody that a young black child was hit by a car and they let the person go.
We have more information tonight on a deadly hit and run involving a 10-year-old earlier this month. 3 on your side's Teddy Reedy with the latest.
On April 6, 10-year-old Jordan Hill was while he was riding an ATV. The driver who hit him was identified as Cody Rollinson, who fled the scene after the crash. According to Emmett County detectives, 911 calls started coming just before noon on Sunday, April 6th. When emergency crews arrived on scene, they found Jordan Hill at the crash site and Cody Rollins' pickup truck nowhere in sight. Later that day, police arrested Rollinson and charged him with possession of marijuana and felony leaving the scene of an accident. Rollinson was released on a $41,000 bond for both charges. We spoke with the family's spokesperson, who says they want justice served to the fullest.
We are heartbroken, enraged, and demanding answers after the senseless of a 10-year-old Jordan Hill in Liberty, Mississippi. Jordan was simply riding his ATV on the side of the road, not in the road, not causing harm, just being a child. A racist man took it upon himself to take Jordan's life. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not an accident. This was a hate crime.
More charges could be on the way for Rollinson as detectives wait on Emmett County's crime lab to get back with the results. And the FBI is also working this case. They are looking into potential other cases where Rollinson left the scene of an accident. The public visitation for Jordan Hill will be Friday, April 18th, starting at 6 p.m. at the National.
The feds came in to talk about this case, y'all. And nothing. They just let the guy go. So what you have here is somebody who hit a child. He fled the scene, comes back to the scene to get his mirror that he left. No charges. Oh, and by the way, the guy also has a previous record of reckless driving and hitting other people before. So every single indication and every single reason for this man to be charged, no charges. while the whole world is out here and they mad about Rodney Hinton and what he did in his vehicle, ain't nobody mad about this in this vehicle. Again, fam, you see the contradictions? You see the flip-flops? They get mad at the brother who defends his house, who's being home invaded at 3 a.m., say it's a prank. They get mad at that. Then you got the W dude who paps a damn DoorDash guy. No talk. Then they get mad at Rodney Hinton talking about a vehicle. Then you look at this case right here and no talk. This shows you again all of the examples.
Jordan Hill, a 10-year-old little boy, was unalived by Cody Rollison while out riding his ATV. While everybody is focused on the Carmelo and Austin situation, I believe Jordan's situation deserved the same amount of energy that everyone is giving the other situation. Allegedly, Cody was driving his pickup truck when he struck Jordan. No skid marks were found on the scene, meaning Cody didn't even stop and fled the scene. Didn't even call help for Jordan, never checked on him or nothing. And it said the only reason he came back to the scene was to get his light or mirror that came off his truck during the incident. Cody was arrested on marijuana charges, suspended license, and a felony for leaving the scene.
Damn!
But check this out. His bond was only $41,000, and he's now been released. But where's that same outrage?
What? Listen to the track record. Listen to how many times this man has had run-ins with the law.
Stopped and fled the scene. Didn't even call help for Jordan, never checked on him or nothing. And it said the only reason he came back to the scene was to get his light or mirror that came off his truck during the incident. Cody was arrested on marijuana charges, suspended license, and a felony for leaving the scene. But check this out. His bond was only $41,000, and he's now been released. But where's that same outrage? Where's that same chaos and drama? Why is nobody talking about this? This was an innocent little kid outside playing and had his life taken from him by somebody that was probably high as hell. What kind of person just keeps going? He knew he hit something because he came back to the scene to get his mirror or light or whatever it was. Yet he still didn't check on Jordan. He still didn't call for help. Is he gonna be labeled the same way Carmelo is? Are y'all gonna call him a monster and a smurderer? And if you haven't heard about it before, fine, now you have. Are you gonna have that same outrage? Do you feel Cody should have had his bond that low and been released?
It's crazy how there's no news coverage on this. A little black boy was murdered by the hands of a white man. How surprising. So this story takes place in Mississippi, y'all. It says this precious 10-year-old boy was taken from his family while riding his ATVs by this man, Cody Rollison. There was no skid marks from Cody attempting to stop. He hit the baby and kept driving, only returning later to pick up the mirror that was knocked off his truck. That man has Confederate flags hanging from his house. He lives a couple houses down from Jordan and his mother, and is only being booked for having weed in his truck. He has faced zero consequences for unaliving this baby and driving away, not even stopping to help or call 911. Why we don't know about this, y'all? Why y'all not in an outrage over this? Y'all know the ones, when I say y'all, you know exactly who I'm talking about. The ones who was all over us for standing up for Carmelo Anthony for self-defense, but this innocent little black boy was in a hit and run by this guy who only stopped to get his mirror later. No calling for 911, no stopping, not helping the little boy or nothing. Why y'all not going crazy over this? This little innocent 10-year-old little boy was murdered too. You know exactly why.
Why is his bond so low? Why is he just now getting arrested? Where is the outrage on this? He wouldn't even been arrested if this didn't go viral. That's what gets me. The little boy wasn't even in the road. The little boy was on the side of the road, riding his ATV. Guy ran over the little boy and then didn't come back to see if the little boy was all right. You know what he come back to get? A mirror that fell off his truck.
Channel 4 News. I'm still waiting on y'all to blow this up.
Cody Rollison is still at home. He still ain't been arrested. This man is still at home after running over a 10-year-old black boy, and the news stations ain't blown this up. A lot of y'all is coming on here talking about black people made this go. Nah, y'all white people made this go viral. When y'all took Hunter's story before anybody else's story and tried to make Melo immediately look like the bad guy. But for some reason, anytime a black person do something, y'all want to blow it up everywhere. Why haven't I seen this man on no news station? Why didn't I hear about Kayson's case when he the Joe Ramirez? Why don't I hear none of the people's crimes? And why is this man still at home? Why power? Y'all don't be under my comments when I talk about this story. I let him off the hook real easy. Out of Channel 4 News.
This is Cody Wayne Rawlinson from Mississippi. He's currently out on $41,000 bond. While allegedly driving with a suspended license and marijuana in the car, he ended up hitting an ATV, a 10-year-old black child. This baby is 10-year-old Jordan Hill, and he was the first week of April by Cody Wayne Rawlinson. According to news reports, what I found, he was arrested that same day. However, he was released, and all he's been charged with is possession of marijuana and felony leaving the scene of an accident. Other news reports say that they're waiting for a toxicology report and more investigation in order to figure out if they want to add on more charges. According to other information I have found, Cody Wayne Rawlinson didn't stop. He left no skid marks. So that's been bringing up allegations that he didn't even try to stop, right? That he just full-blown ran into this 10-year-old child. He never checked on the child. He actually left. So it was a hit and run. And then he came back. And the only reason why he came back that I've seen in several news stories as well is that he went to grab the light from his truck.
Now imagine, family, if we weren't out here and we weren't really putting things down and we weren't really discussing these conversations. It'd be just another person gone that no one knows about. And this goes on all across the United States. So you want to see why our energy's changed. You want to see why brothers and sisters is standing on business. You want to see why brothers and sisters is riding with Mr. Chin Up, Chest Out. It's because of that right there. Because if you don't get on that type of time, they're going to stay on their type of time all the damn time. So you better start making a damn difference. Or if not, things are going to always stay the same. But that's where it's been. Now look at that case right there. You just seen that all occur, right? Look how that just all transpired. You end up having the same exact situations, one in which they talk about, one in which they don't. And well, let me tell you what we're doing. Now what we're doing in this generation, we're not doing the whys, all right? Much respect to people when they're trying to call it out, because I know it's a figure of speech when they be like, why is it like this? Why is it like that? It's called the system of supremacy. You got the W correct, but you better go ahead and put the W for you know what supremacy, because the whys don't mean nothing. The whys are just a waste of time. These people are operating this way, and it will always stay this way because of how they feel about you. What happens though now is that we've been changing the energy of the game, so everybody has to move across the board. Everyone is trying to rebrand themselves. Everyone's trying to step up their game because we stepped up our game. Our game has been stepped up so strong that everybody has to now come up with a different game plan. You're seeing the energy shift. If this situation was not spoken about by us, it had never been spoken about. So as you think about everybody from yesteryear, back in the days where they didn't have nobody talking to them about this stuff. You never heard nothing, no peep, no sound, not a damn thing. You would never hear anybody getting this across. Why is that, y'all? That's because they weren't on code like we're on code. FBA's moving differently. So I want to see all the brothers and all the sisters and all the riders continue to ride, because we know that this type of energy that they exude is who they are. But they know the type of energy that we exude right now is here to stay. So this is why this summer is going to be so pivotal in terms of the future. Sometimes the next 6 months can basically make the next 6 years all fall in order. And I truly believe a lot of that's going to have to occur. You know what I'm saying? We ain't taking no shorts and taking no losses. That's how powerful, how impactful we are as a lineage, as a heritage, and just as people. Just as people, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We're the only ones who are going to do something about that type of stuff, and that's how it should be. We ain't worried about no damn body. We ain't worried about nobody. You can put all the receipts on the table. You can put everything on the table about the way it is, the way they're moving, the way they're functioning. If you don't have a change in attitude, you're going to always have these people coming at you sideways. And the reason why these people been coming at us sideways, because the attitude wasn't right. The attitude wasn't correct. So what have we been doing? Let me talk about what we've been doing to change the game. One of the main things we've been doing is talking in absolutes. See, we've been talking in absolutes, and when you talk in absolutes, family, there's no room for middle ground. There's no remixing. Think about our terms and think about our behaviors. If you look at right now, the Rodney Hinton situation in which we've been talking about, that's an absolute situation. Agenda, mission, went out and did it, right? Now, if you look on the other side of it, fam, this lineage, heritage, and culture that we've been on, It is an agenda, it's a mission, and we've been moving right along. And how do you know we've been moving right along? Is because the way these people talk to us and the way we talk to them. How many of y'all seen the space that I put up yesterday? I put up a space yesterday, and it was me and my brother Church. Shout out to Church. We had a couple WSs slide into space. And when they came in there, they wanted to talk to us and hit us with the roundabouts. And the whole mission was to let them know that we're going to talk the way we talk. We're going to do what we want to do. And you are going to respond to me. I'm not responding to you. See, everything, you got to be proactive, not reactive. And if you are reactive, it's got to have a proactive ability to it. You understand? So this is what we've been doing. We've been breaking things down, and I wanted to make an example in this space about the way these people was coming. So we had this one guy call in. You know what I'm saying? He said he was a doctor. I don't believe it. He said he was a doctor. I don't know what he was a doctor of. But he ended up coming into Space Family, and he started doing all of this. And he started calling us African-American and people of color. And he was really a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris supporter. That's what he was. And then he started saying how black folks, we're all going to get deported next, and how we're all the same as Haitians. And I want y'all to notice in that space and the way I was talking to him. Oh, by the way, I roasted him. That was easy work. That was like one of the best roasts of all time. But I want y'all to notice, fam, one thing that I did in there is I ain't leave no room for him to come back and forth with me. See, black folks want to get to explaining and all that stuff. You don't explain your justice. You go out and get it. You don't explain your rights, you go out and get it. You don't explain your next move, you go out and do it. And that's the type of time I was on. By the way, I was watching the chat yesterday. There was a couple people in there saying, Alpha, let him talk. Alpha, let him talk. Quit interrupting. Man, damn that. Damn you too. If that's the type of time. If you think somebody going to come into space and I'm going to sit there and talk to him and let him get his words off, you don't know me. You don't know me. Okay, and I believe my certified brothers and sisters right here know exactly what I'm talking about. We ain't sitting there going back and forth. I seen it. I seen everybody in the chat that was like, Alpha getting him, Alpha roasting him. Then I seen about 2 or 3 people saying, Alpha, you need to let him finish his sentences. You need to let him can finish and talk, man. Damn that. And if you want to go around here and you want to let these people go tick for tack with you and debate them for years and let him get a word in, you can do that. But you might as well go on back to 2012 because we ain't doing that no more. We ain't doing that. You're going to listen when I talk. I'm going to tell you what it is, and you ain't got to like it, but you're going to have to deal with it. Bottom line. So this is a little clip up of the space, and I was in full condescending mode, straight up and down. But I want y'all to notice, family, this is how you talk to these people no matter what. You don't let them talk. You don't let them speak. You get yours off because guess what? They going to get theirs. And remember this, fam. While you got some people saying, oh, Alpha, quit interrupting him. Do you think that he's going to stop trying to interrupt you? When you got people saying, oh, Alpha, let him talk. You think that his people going to tell him to let you talk? When they say, oh, Alpha, you need to calm down and be nice to him. You think his community, the community of those people who unalive Ryan Hinton or the person who just hit that young brother with the car, you think they're going to come and say all those nice, glorious things about you that you want to say to them? You can't have an eye for an eye if you're out here playing by the nice rules and they out here with an open pass to do as they want. I don't have that pass. Y'all watch this right here. This is the way it went down, family. And I had to let them know something, that this is FBA and you need to leave my country. Watch this.
Ancestors created and built. You sound very anti-American. Shame on you, sir, for being so anti-American. I mean, you're running around here saying that everybody's from Africa, that's anti-American. You're saying that Haitians who came here illegal, they're really American citizens. You say that Kamala Harris, someone whose parents aren't even from here, are really Americans. You seem very anti-American and very unpatriotic. You should probably move to the Ukraine. You need to move to another country, or maybe a communist country. Because let me tell you, as an American, okay, the red, white, and blue, stars and stripes, we don't do all that anti-Americanness. We love this country. We built this country. We maintain and sustain this beautiful land that's provided an opportunity for all those illegals. It sounds like you are illegal immigrant over American citizen. And I need you to answer directly why that's the case, sir.
Because
explain your anti-Americanism, your anti-patriotism. You need to explain that to everybody here, because you're talking to about 130, probably when this is all said and done, about 10,000 Americans who love this country, and we want to know why you hate this country.
Freeze. What I'm doing here, family, is I'm hitting him with the patriotism card. I'm hitting him with, I'm the American. You're not the American. I'm from here. You need to leave. Y'all remember back in the old days, they used to always tell us, well, America, like it or leave it. You don't like it, you need to go back to Africa. See, it was all fun and game when they felt they had something on us. This is a new energy. I'm telling him, I'm the American in this conversation. You're the un-American in this conversation. And I'm using all the things they said about black folks for hundreds of years. They told us to go back to Africa. I'm telling him, you need to go to the Ukraine. You need to go on over there with Zelensky or Russia with Vladimir Putin. How dare you come in my country and talk reckless? They're not used to us representing lineage. They're not used to us standing on patriotism. Where there's patriotism, there's power. So if you ever want to hear that paradigm shift that's going on, listen to this. This is such an indicator of the way things are going, where they can't out-American us anymore. It didn't matter what injustice they did towards us back in the old days. They would always just tell us that we're not American. It didn't matter. They'd sit there and harm you, harm your kid, harm your wife, and be like, well, if you don't like it, go to Africa. Bye. Now we telling them, oh, you don't like what I'm saying? You go. Oh, you don't like Rodney Hinton Jr.? Then you need to move to the Ukraine. I think all of the people who don't like him need to move immediately. That's what they need to do. And watch how he starts to get frustrated. And by the way, this is the chopped up version, because if you listen to full videos on the channel, if you want to listen to it, it's probably like a 40-minute thing where I was breaking it down. And I knew once I heard him, I was strategically going to break it down as a learning lesson to show everybody, don't let these people make you seem like an outsider. Hell no.
No, I don't hate the country.
You're acting like you hate this country. You're acting very treasonous, sir, when you're talking about illegals can come here. You support illegals breaking the law, and then you have the gall to say that you love this country? I don't think you love this country.
Bullshit. I don't.
You just said you did, sir. You're getting aggressive. Don't get aggressive now. Watch the language.
No,
Notice how condescending I'm being. Fam, everything they do to us, fam, all you got to do is do what they do. You want to know how the game is played? Watch the way the game is played and go play it. All that condescending. Calm down, Marquise. Marquise, stop it. What did your dad do? Was your dad present? No, I'm telling him. Was your dad present? Where's your dad? Is your dad upstairs with your cousin? Okay, what's going on now? Fam, this is easy. This is easy, especially for somebody like us. We know how to play this. I start telling him because he starts cursing. He starts cussing. So I say, whoa, you're getting aggressive. You're getting aggressive. They don't like when we're condescending. They don't like when we're too slick and witty. The one thing they hate in the dominant society, go back slave, they hate an uppity Negro. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They hate an uppity Negro. Once you start hitting them with that, it's over. The problem is it used to be 1 or 2 or 3. Okay, now you got millions of us, and we coming in flocks. Here come the cavalry. So I start telling him, sir, you're getting aggressive. Stop with the cursing. Typically, he'd be telling that to us, and black folks to get all emotional. I'm not cursing. I'm just tired of 400 years. Now I'm telling him, I'm tired of your un-Americanness, sir. And he does not know what to do. If you ever want to know what it sounds like to have these people against the ropes, here they go.
Illegals can come here. You support illegals breaking the law, and then you have the gall to say that you love this country? I don't think you love this country.
Bullshit. I don't.
You just said you did, sir. You're getting aggressive. Don't get aggressive now. Watch the language.
No, I do not hate.
Don't take your anti-Americanism out on a real American like myself.
I do not have to like the government. Okay.
You said you hate the government, and then I said, why do you hate America? And you said you explain it why. And I'm asking you why. Hate is a powerful word. When you hate the government, you probably hate the citizens too.
Donald Trump is attempting to drive this country to ruin. Period.
How come he didn't ruin the country when he was the president the first time?
Because he had people.
Did he wait, say, I'm going to wait 4 years to ruin it later on? Did he put ruining the country on hold?
He said Donald Trump was going to ruin the country. I said, how come he didn't do it the first time? What did he do? Put ruining the country on hold for 4 years? And he's like, mind, this guy says he's a doctor. It lets you know, family, when you a foundational black American, damn with all your degrees and all that, you already got something that they couldn't even pay for. And I don't believe he's a doctor anyway. But even if he was a doctor, he still can't get with us. Untouchable.
I want to know why your hatred, and why would you allow Donald Trump to make you hate the country? We've had a lot of presidents who have been anti-black. Joe Biden that you supported. How come Joe Biden didn't make you hate America when he had so many anti-American policies?
He didn't like that. He didn't like that. All that he hates America because of Donald Trump. And I'm saying, how can you hate this great country? Now I'm talking as the insider, and I'm putting him in the role of the outsider. They love putting us in the role of the angry, the aggressive, the frustrated black man or woman. Now I'm putting him in the role of the frustrated W. This is the role that's never went on until this generation. Okay. Now our generation are flipping the script on them, and they have no godly clue what to do about it. So I'm telling him, how can you allow Donald Trump to make you hate this great country? How come Joe Biden didn't make you hate this country? And they don't like the fact that I'm sticking up for America and he is hating on America. And I continue to just poke and get him. And he doesn't know what to do in the process, family. This was such a lovely affair.
Because he had people.
Did he say, I'm going to wait 4 years to ruin it later on? Did he put ruining the country on hold? I want to know why your hatred. And why would you allow Donald Trump to make you hate the country? We've had a lot of presidents who have been anti-black. Joe Biden that you supported. How come Joe Biden didn't make you hate America when he had so many anti-American policies? As an American citizen, a taxpayer, I want to know why, sir, you hate the country that my ancestors created.
And notice I'm going real W with him too, right? How can you, in the country that my ancestors created, everybody in the space was laughing because they knew I was hitting them with the Chad talk. And notice though, I said, as a taxpayer, everything I'm doing is highlighting that I'm an American. I paid taxes. I built this country. And I keep alluding to our ancestors built America. I'm not just saying I'm an American and George Washington. I keep saying that I'm an American. I'm giving him Black American patriotism, which is separate from everyone else's. Somebody else will get here and play this game, and they'll be out here talking about Dolly Parton and stuff. I'm not trying to beat him with W patriotism. I'm beating him with Black American patriotism. And that is the royal flush. The fact that I can be the most patriotic, I can be the American, I can be condescending as hell, but I'm doing it from the aspect of an American freedman and still associating that with us.
Biden didn't make you hate America when he had so many anti-American policies. As an American citizen, a taxpayer, I want to know why, sir, you hate the country that my ancestors created. And my brothers and sisters in the chat really want to know why you're so filled with hatred.
You can yell louder, but
I'm not yelling, I'm laughing because I've never encountered this much hatred for this beautiful country. Sir, do you support Vladimir Putin?
No.
Do you support Zelensky in Ukraine?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So you're a turncoat. You are a turncoat. Sir, you are a modern day Benedict Arnold. And it is shameful that you would have the gall to come into this space of Americans and pull this anti-Americanism and talk about supporting the Ukraine, a foreign government. So everything you're saying is connected. You can't say that you hate the government, but you love the citizens. You can't say you love illegals, but you love the law. Can't say you love black people, but you love Joe Biden. Can't say that you love the Ukraine and you love America. Sir, you need to work on your anti-Americanism, your anti-patriotism, and you need to start serving this red, white, and blue. Shame on you. Shame on you.
You're not realizing
for being a great American. Shame on me.
He said shame on me. I said shame on me for being a great American. Oh, they don't like us being very, very slick and witty. They don't like that, family. They don't like that. Now he's about to start cursing.
He for being a great American
to ruin.
Everybody
needs to grow up and get a pair of balls, darling.
Well, I have big balls, and your wife knows about them. And growing up, you probably got about an hour left of growing up before you hit the ceiling. So, I mean, I'm not going to take growing up from a 77-year-old. Sorry, buddy. Or a 177-year-old, according to you. All right, we will not tolerate this anti-Americanism in 2025, sir. So you, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Zelensky, and the Ukraine need to leave my country immediately. We will not tolerate your behavior anymore. We will not tolerate your turncoating, your treason. If you don't love America, then God damn it, you need to leave.
There you go, y'all. That right there is how you handle one of these turncoat treasonous. Boy, I was on it too, wasn't I? I was like, you, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, you need to leave my country immediately. See, they talk that talk to us for years, but they don't like it, fam. And this is what it all go back to. They don't like the fact that we do to them what they've been doing to us. They don't like the fact that Carmelo Anthony defended himself when they always harm us and claim self-defense. They don't like that. When the shoe's on the other foot. They don't like the fact that Rodney Hinton Jr. defended and protected his child when they always claim they're defending and protecting theirs. Role reversal. They don't like the fact that Black Alpha Network stood on patriotism and told him he was the treasonous who was un-American. Role reversal. He thought he was going to tell me I was from Africa and I need to leave. I told him he's from the Ukraine and needs to leave. He's from Russia and needs to leave. He is a communist and needs to leave. And I kept saying my country. I said, you need to leave my country. Then I told him that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden needed to leave. They don't like the fact, fam, we're standing on patriotism. There's so much power in patriotism, and patriotism is serving everybody. They never expected it. They never expected it. How many of y'all remember growing up when claiming to be an American was like the bad thing? And if you said that I'm an American, it'd be a lot of black folks. They'd be running around here talking about something. You an American? How could you represent a country that oppresses your people on a day-to-day? And I'm like, because this is where I'm from. You can't choose to be FBA. Either you are or you're not. This is what people didn't get in their head back in the day. They thought they was going to pick and choose whether they're FBA or not. We always did. Those of us, there's some people now where they just realize they're an American, like last week. And all those people who be like delineating and they're like real radical with it, those are people who didn't realize they're Americans until like 3 days ago. All right. Even as a young person, I never liked the term African American. And I'm an 80s baby. And that term was created in the 80s. I never liked that term. I was like, just logically, I was like, a baby can understand. How the hell am I going to be somewhere that I'm not? And how come he's not a European American? Okay. How come everybody else is just an American, but I got to be African? I knew that as a child. So I love this era of patriotism and lineage first. I love it, y'all. I love it. I love it. I love it because I've been around the world and I know for a fact that whenever I traveled, they didn't see me as an African. I remember being a kid. I was in Europe and I remember this European kid. I don't know where the hell he was from, but he walked up to me and said, "You are an American?" I put it on everything. I might have been 7 years old. And he was like, "You're an American, right? You're an American?" He didn't say African. He didn't say Haitian or Jamaican. See, this thing that when we leave America, everybody still sees us as African. Hell no. That's what the Africans are trying to tell you. The Africans are trying to tell you that no. Everywhere you go outside of the United States of America, they know about Black Americans. Hell, they act like us. You think that these people steal our culture all damn day from Asia all the way to Europe, but they still think that we're Africans? They know damn well we're not Africans. They know that. Everybody on the earth knows that America has millions of Black Americans who ain't African. This notion that the world still sees us as from Zimbabwe or Kenya, hell no. That's what the Africans may try to tell you, but that ain't the truth. They knew even when I was young that I was an American. They knew it. And it's the same thing now. So delineation, fam, we've been on that our whole lives. Fam. I never was on no African stuff. Hell no. Hell no. Never that. So they don't like the fact that we're standing on this type of patriotism and we pushing that line. You know what I'm saying? Yep, absolutely. Yep. They didn't like the fact that we've been on this energy where they can't really fool us and they can't really trick us. Shout out to my brother Church. Church was in there. He was giving crazy work to some of them little Beckies that was calling in. We was checking both of them up. You know what I'm saying? But that patriotism brings power, you guys. That's what it does. And the way I was talking to him, he's not used to being spoke to like that by a Black person at all. You know what I'm saying? And lineage-based heritage, that's got everybody out of control. And if you notice the dominant society, they don't really know what to do with tethers right now. They don't really know what to do with tethers. Some of them want to denounce the tethers. Some of them say, well, we need the tethers to be, undercoats for us. But Black Americans ain't going for the tethers. Tethers are in a terrible position. Nobody really knows how to utilize or use the tether because we made tethers worthless. We've made tethers worthless where they can't really use that tether energy against us right now. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. That's why we push it right now. And speaking of tethers, family, there's something that's been going on right now. Again, another injustice that's been going on in the United States of America. And just like all of them, we handle them by our goddamn self with nobody's help. But there's a situation that occurred in Memphis with the Tyrie Nichols case. And let me give a shout out to my brother Tariq. Because as soon as that situation occurred, I remember Tariq saying some of these hairlines by some of those people look very, very skeptical. Some of those hairlines from some of those police officers looked extremely skeptical. I mean, absolutely skeptical. And a lot of people were mad. They were like, man, Tariq, how can you say that now? How can you say that them was tethers, man? We just had a terrible injustice that happened. And you out here talking about hairlines and trying to put that off on everybody. Well, let's fast forward, family. Do you know that some of those people that ended up unaliving Tyrie Nichols out there in Memphis, do you know, family, that it came out that they're not of the lineage? Okay. All right. The same thing, fam. We know what a tether looks like. We know what the paperwork shows. We know the hairlines and everything. We know it. And this is what the dominant society does. Like we were saying, the dominant society uses all of these people as proxies to try to elevate them over certifieds. These individuals that you see right here, family, as we talk about knowing tethers, there was so much tether energy. I mean, you can look at it. Who didn't believe that these were some tethers? I mean, who the hell was walking around here thinking anything other than tether vibes? And they were mad because we know for a fact that tethers get recruited into the police department. They recruit these tethers into the police department because tethers are the ones who've been providing a lot of protection for the dominant society. Well, these individuals ended up getting acquitted of all charges over the weekend. And we knew already that these were tethers. Watch this.
I'm from Connecticut. And you're from Connecticut? You were born in Connecticut? Yes, I was born in Connecticut. Parents from somewhere else then? Yes, my parents are from Jamaica. Else then? Yes, my parents are from Jamaica. When you say Jamaica, when you say some other words, we can hear it. Oh, yes. So you have a little bit of a Jamaican accent with regard to some words. Yes, I've been told that. Yes. Okay. Grew up in Connecticut. Yes. Did you go to high school? Yes, I did. Did you graduate high school?
My parents are from Jamaica, and he is from Connecticut. See, another thing we're going to have to start doing is watching some of these. Now we're getting into the second and these third generation tethers. All right. And the second generation, third generation tether, they're still tethers. They're still tethers because what they're going to try to do now, fam, with some of these second and third generation tethers, they're going to start trying to say that, quite frankly, they're just not tethers. And they are. And now you're seeing that the dominant society is trying to position these tethers in places of authority. They've been doing that in New York for the longest amount of time. Half the nannies in New York are tethers. Those police are tethers. Okay, you got the tethers and you got tethers of color. They're mixing a lot of these people in so they can do the dirty work for the dominant society. So we've been checking these people and rendering them useless. All right. And this is one of the things that we've been watching the whole damn time and understanding. These people are not like us. They never will be like us. They have no grounds to be near foundational Black Americans in any aspect. And when you look at them damn hairlines, they're going backwards because that is the force that they want to have in front of FBA because they know FBA is in full control. And quite frankly, what they're trying to do just isn't really working like that. It's just not really working. Let me show y'all this right here. This is what ended up going on with the Tyrie Nichols situation. And it's pretty prominent that they're trying to give us this right here with tethers completely involved. Watch this.
How are all these cops found not guilty for the murder of Tyrie Nichols? Then a light bulb went off in my head. The reason why these three cops were found not guilty is because what was going to be the next step if all of these officers were convicted? The city of Memphis was going to have to pay a multi-hundred million, damn near $1 billion lawsuit to the family of Tyrie Nichols. Now the fact that they've been found not guilty, they're not going to have to pay them a single dime. Memphis Police Department doesn't have that kind of money to be spending out $500-600 million in a wrongful lawsuit. So the courts got together and said, hey, we would rather deal with the backlash from these guys being found not guilty than to have to pay this family $300-600 million. I'm
going to try to say this in the shortest way possible.
Freeze. That brother's right, but he's wrong. Okay. Again, he's not aggressive enough for me. He's not aggressive enough for me. Okay. True. Got it. Understand. Got it. The city of Memphis didn't have the money. But family, you think if they had the money anyway that they would give justice to Tyrie Nichols? Do you really think so, family? Do you really think that it's a matter of money, or do you think it's a matter of the system of supremacy? Fam, they won't pay $1. They won't pay a dime. So I hear what the brother's saying, but it's not about the money. See, that's the thing about us, okay? And this is what I love about us when I say certified Black society. What matters to us, fam, is we get straight to the points. We don't sit here and start saying, well, kind of, because if you listen to some of these people, they'll be making points, but they be a little too nice and sweet with the dominant society. They be like, I realize something, that if they don't want to pay us, they will continue to oppress us because money equals validity in the system. No, anti-Blackness, bro. You can skip through all of that anti-Blackness. My brother Church, if you in here, family, shout out to you. The space that we did the other day, a guy called in, he's talking about reparations, and he's going into this whole thing about reparations. He was like, man, we need to take the money and spend the money, and they owe us the money. And my brother Church responded, he said, brother, all that's cool, but they don't give a damn about none of that. Okay, quit worrying about what they care about. They don't care about none of that. Shout out to Church. I done listened to that in replay, bro, about 5 times. And Church is like, bro, All that is cool. Dude went on a whole like diatribe about why we deserve reparations. And my brother Church was like, fam, all that's cool and dandy. They not even thinking that damn deep. Sometimes with the system of supremacy, fam, they not even thinking that goddamn deep. It's simple. Wake up, be anti-black. Simple as that, family. All this stuff about money owed and the dominant society and taking the paper, man, they don't give a damn about none of that, y'all. It's anti-blackness and how I can be anti-black and not get caught today. That's what it's really about, okay? All these people coming up with all these ulterior reasons and this, that, and the other thing. Damn that, y'all. They want to suppress, oppress, and come after FBA because they don't like FBA. That's really what it's about, family. And this is what the brother was kind of wrong about because, yes, the city is old, but see, I don't want you teaching that. See, you got to understand when you're a teacher, you got to be very specific about your words because you don't want to give anybody the wrong impression. I'm very, very cautious and meticulous on what I say to everybody because I don't want people to spin it. You know how it is out here in the real world, fam. You can say something and people run with it. You say you like pancakes, they're going to say, why you hate waffles? All right? I like them both, damn it. That's not what I said. They'll spin things. So I don't want you out here thinking that Tyrie Nichols didn't get his proper justice because of money. It's because of anti-blackness. And the same thing that ended up having them take him out is the same reason why they don't give him his money and his justice. That's what it's about. All right? It's not about money. That's all third, fourth, fifth. That's sidebar stuff, man. That's disclaimers, man. Okay? It's about anti-blackness. The reason why they harm you is the reason why they don't give you justice. They don't harm you because you black and then not give you justice because of money. The reason why they attack you is the reason why you don't get justice. It's all because how they feel about you. That's where it starts and where it ends. This sister got a better idea and understanding of how it operates. And she talks about the Tyrie Nichols and the Rodney Hinton situation, and she combines the two in which we have been doing.
I forgot about Tyrie Nichols until you brought him to the forefront of my mind because so much other stuff has happened that you can't keep up with the names, right? But I will say this. They may have been found guilty. Not guilty, excuse me, in the eyes of the law. But Rodney Hinton has set a tone and a precedence that's going to stand in the lives of Black people that are not docile Negroes.
Y'all see the difference, right? Listen to how this sister talking. Shout out to her. This is what I like. I like the absolutes. I like the absolutes. Have we not been saying that this whole time? How a precedence has been set, an energy, a tone, a vibration that is swept across this country and everybody's feeling it. She's straight to the point. Oh boy, he was like 85% there. But he's sitting there talking about money and all this. Man, damn all that. She's saying a precedence has been set and we gonna do something about it. That's what we want to hear right there. This is what I'm saying. Brothers and sisters riding out here in these streets.
And there is no shade in that. But those non-docile Negroes are no longer going to take this happening to their children. So as they may walk free today, so how the other ones got found not guilty. If I was there and I'm telling you we guilty, two of us is telling you we guilty, we did the shit. And three of them said we ain't guilty and took the trial. How you gonna go with them? And I'm telling you I was there. You wasn't there. I'm telling you I was there. Think about that. And then, woosah. And remember where we live. This is America.
So now one of the cops in the Tyrie Nichols case is now changing his plea.
Boy, she on that talk. She said, remember where we live. She's straight to the point. She's not providing them an out. That's what I like. That's what I love about this energy.
And remember where we live. This is America.
So now one of the cops in the Tyrie Nichols case is now changing his plea from not guilty to guilty in the federal trial. I knew something was up. So Emmett Martin has now entered a guilty plea on charges of using excessive force against Tyrie Nichols. He's even entering in a guilty plea for witness tampering. And is this to anybody's surprise? This is all a part of a deal with the prosecutor. So once again, you get a deal for telling the truth. Finally, after you obstructed justice from jump. Another reason why the state shouldn't have even let this shit ride. The fact that he decides to change his plea after the charges are dropped for the other three officers on the state level just speaks so many volumes to me. I will still never understand how you can have this unfortunate event from 6 different angles 5 being body cameras, 1 being a bird's eye view on the street camera, the street pole, street light, and charges is dropped. Something in me is telling me that all of this is being done on purpose. But once again, we're going to continue to sit back and I'm going to continue to provide y'all with updates. But how y'all feel about this? Which way y'all think that the federal judge is getting ready to go with this topic?
There they go. I'm going to tell you where it's going to go. There ain't going to be none. All that stuff now, this is another thing they're trying to do, fam. They trying to say like, oh, it's going to go to the federal and all that, man. Listen, y'all think there's going to be any justice with that? No. It's all about yourself. It's all about what you do. It's all about you protecting yours and you handling yours. See, every other community operates where they'll get to all that law stuff later. They take care of themselves. Now, we are people who abide by the law. We are functionable people. We are businessmen and women. We are civil people. We are tax-paying citizens. However, at the same time, you always have the right to defend yourself. See, black folks have been the only people who have been taught that self-defense is something that we should not do. Everything is okay when it's self-defense, and that's the law. You want to talk about the law? We don't abide by any type of law breaking. We abide by following the law. There's nothing more following the law than self-defense. There's nothing more law-abiding you can do than to defend yourself and to defend your own. And whether people like that or not, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And if you notice, fam, they'll come out here and they'll start saying things about the black community and black parents and what this is and what that is. Let me tell you something. There's a difference when there's a black parent involved, and then there's a difference when there isn't a black parent. There's a difference between when they try to tell us where's the black fathers at to when there are black fathers. Look at this right here. And I want y'all to notice. This is why we're different in this generation, in this era. I'm not crying about my child. That's off limits. I'm not crying about my family. That's off limits. I'm not crying about myself. All of that is self-defense and protection. When you've got a parent involved and you don't have a parent involved, things change and the way things move are quite different. I want y'all to see this video right here where these suspected supremacist race soldiers try to basically run up on this child and start tripping on the child about minor things. And notice how the father comes and he pretty much shuts all that down. This is what happens and why we got to stay near our children. Watch this.
Buddy, how are you? Where's your mom or your dad?
He's right there.
Where are they at?
Right there on the swing.
Oh, on the swing? Okay. All right. So, hey, I'm Officer McCormick with Fish and Wildlife. How old are you?
I'm 11.
You're 11? Okay. So let's do this. Let's go up here to where they're at the swing. We'll park right up here and we'll walk over and talk to your mom and dad, all right? All right. Are you able to push this?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that versus driving because you're too young to be driving, okay? All right. Or if you want to park in front of my truck and go grab, yeah, let's do that. Let's park in front of my truck and we'll go get your mom or your dad. This might be your dad coming down right now.
Yeah.
1050 on a Florida motorcycle.
Now here comes the father. The father's over there at the park. This is the brother who's out there with his child, letting his child ride around. And he noticed that his child got stopped. And notice how the police come up with 6 or 7 different reasons why they stopped the child. He's not old enough now. What you doing? And watch the energy change when the dad pulls up.
Are you out of school now? Yeah. Excuse me?
What's he saying?
Why are we talking to him? How's it going, sir? I'm Officer Booth at WC.
Mike Charlie
You have a piece of the team to have one.
739110 temporary tag. Is it 49 cc's? Is that what it is? Okay, I just wanted to check.
It's okay. This don't even need a tag. This bitch don't need a tag.
Why's it got a tag?
It's a tag for I live in apartments.
Oh, let's see.
What are you stopping him for? Because it's a child. It's a child. Why you didn't say that when I rolled around like 4 or 5 times?
We were waiting for you to come back around.
Come on, man. Stop it. Please stop.
Why didn't you say something when I was already riding around? Why you want to say something now?
Please, come on, man. Come on. It's 49 cc. The bitch don't even need it. Come on, man.
Well, if you're that young,
you don't even need a fucking helmet. You need glasses.
Yeah, where's the glasses? Yeah, where's the glasses?
You feel me? He's at the park.
But he's riding.
Stop it on that, man. Y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much, bro. Stop that.
All right, well, are you his dad?
Yeah, I'm okay. Let me record you real quick.
Now, notice he said, I'm going to record you. Notice, fam, when he said that he was going to record them, he said that straight up, like, hey, I'm about to record you, so y'all don't pull nothing funny. The father's turned up. All right, the father's turned up. But guess what? These people don't understand being soft. You going to get the same energy turned up or turned off. You're going to get the same energy. Anytime somebody be like, man, he's being a little too much right now. Yep, and being not that much is still going to get you. Okay? But notice when he said, I'm going to record you, he makes that clear. Watch this.
He's at the part.
But he's writing.
Stop it all that, man. Y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much, bro. Stop that. Stop
all right, well, are you his dad?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
Let me record you real quick. Let me show y'all something. Okay, what y'all stopping at 49cc bike for? This is a scooter. This don't need a tag or anything. What do you want to run a Benz or something? What are you stopping a 11-year-old child for?
He didn't have his goggles.
There was a temporary tag on the.
Now they're saying that he didn't have his goggles. Didn't they say he was too young? Notice they're changing their story right in front of your eyes. Just a minute ago, they said he was too young. Now they're saying he didn't have goggles. They're changing it now. They told one story. Now they're telling the other. Here comes the third one.
11-year-old child.
He didn't have his goggles.
There was a temporary tag on the.
Okay, well, he's at Rolex Park. Or you just sitting there watching me ride by.
Scooter. You got your ID?
Oh, I ain't worried about going to jail.
I didn't say you were going to jail. I just asked you.
You don't need my ID. You didn't stop me. You stopped the child.
Yeah, but if you're the parent,
that's common sense. If a child, he came out here to chill with his brother. You just stopped a child on a scooter, and now you're asking me for a damn ID.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
I just made sense.
You didn't.
Do you want to ID yourself or no?
What do you need my ID for?
Because we're talking with you, right?
What do you need my ID for?
So you're the responsible parent. Is that correct?
What do you need the ID for?
That's what I just told you.
What do you need the ID for?
You're the responsible parent, are you?
What do you need the ID for?
You're not free to go right now.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
There they go. Man, I can't wait to chop this up with y'all. Okay, let's break this one all the way down. Let's break this one all the way down, family. Okay, first and foremost, notice that their energy shifted. When they first seen the child, the first thing they were on, hey, buddy, nice to see you now. Can you stop this? Can you push this? When the father came, they were being slick. And notice that the cop was saying, you're the responsible father. This is what I'm saying. It's not about logic with these people, fam. They were throwing little shots like, oh, black dad, huh? Yo, you're the responsible dad, huh? You're real responsible. This is what a professional is saying. A professional is not even supposed to talk like that. Why you got time to throw those little darts like that, fam? Other than you already coming with that supremacist mentality. You know what I'm saying? And then they're changing what the requirements are. 1 minute it's this, it's ID, it's the goggles, he's too young. It started off with he was too young. That's the first thing they said. Then they flip-flopped and came with something else. This is why they need to bring that down. That doesn't work. Now, however, I will say this. The father needs to be more stern than emotional. Okay, more stern than emotional. See, emotional is all this, and that's emotional. Stern, you can say whatever you want to say in a very, very calm, cool, collected voice, and it packs a very heavy hit. He needs to be more stern than emotional. He's a little too emotional for me. However, I do appreciate the sternness because either one I appreciate more than being docile and coming over there and saying, well, nice to talk to you now, and this is cool, and all right now, because remember, in the system of supremacy, you can be Malcolm X or you can be Martin Luther King. You could be about that life or you could be about that peace. You still going to get the same treatment. You're still going to get the same treatment. So this is why you got to approach the situation with more sternness. You got to have it with more ability to function properly. Two things, though. Don't get too emotional when you start dealing with these people because they feed off your emotion. Notice how I was serving up that old guy because I was doing it very calm and cool. He didn't like that. They don't like when we're too calm. You know what I'm saying? You got to be more smooth. You got to be more regulated with it. You can't be wilding out. You can't be wilding out. Okay, all that wilding out stuff he's doing too much wilding out. However, I will give him credit for sitting there and watching his child and then going to handle it. And then at the same time, fam, when you're in situations where somebody is coming at your child, it's hard for certain people to operate and hard for certain people to work. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing too. That's another issue. You feel me? It is what it is. People can say what they want to say until you in that situation where somebody's coming at your child. It's a difficult game to play. You understand? But you got to keep your emotions in check. You got to be very, very stern, and you got to be very, very witty in the way you handle that. But keep your eyes on your kids at all times. Because remember, he said, when I was riding around, you didn't say nothing. He said, well, when my kid does, then you come up and then you come up and say something. You notice that now too, fam. They came after the child. Think about it. He sat there and said, I rolled past y'all 2 times. You didn't say nothing. And then when the kid does, so they targeted the child. That right there is the child targeting, which we talk about. That's the Trayvon Martin, the Jordan Davis. That's all that. That's the Ryan Hinton right there. Targeting the child. How come they didn't go after the dad when he was riding around? They go after the kid. And then they change the story 6 or 7 times. You understand what I'm saying? So the situations all evolve, but you got to always maintain your sensibility. And me personally, I like being witty and very, very, very clever. When you stern and clever, they don't like that. They don't like that at all. So you got to keep that in check, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, family, you got to make sure that yours gets home good. And that's the type of energy that we are on. And that's the type of way that we've been pushing forward. So you see so many different avenues. You see so many different people, but there's a lot of energy out there. Right now, it's a very energetic time. Who in here? Let me ask y'all a question. Is anybody in here? Are y'all sensitive to energy? Because we're very energetic people. If you're sensitive to energy, then you're going through a whole lot of waves in this era because there's something different every day. Something different every day. There's just a very different vibe in the United States of America. And this is the energy that's sweeping across this country. This is the energy that's sweeping across everything. Yep, absolutely. Tamir Rice. Absolutely. They wouldn't have came at Tamir Rice if he was with his father. They just wouldn't have did it. Trayvon Martin, they just wouldn't have did it. They'll never come after you when you with your father. You know what I'm saying? They'll come after you occasionally if you got your mom, but our sisters be holding things down. So sometimes they hit U-turns and run away. Okay, so I got a couple people. Some people are in here. Yes, very, 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 very affectionate. That's true. So this is the energy. A lot of people in our community are, like I said, very, very sensitive to energy. So you're seeing a lot of these energies right now. It's a very energetic time. It's a very interesting time going on. Life is always interesting. I'm not one of the people who be like, oh man, things are crazy now. Like, nah, it's been this way. But what I will say again, it's not that they changed. It's that we've changed. We've changed the way we're moving. So now everybody else is starting to understand how to move as well. So this is why you're seeing so much. But that energy right there that Rodney Hinton Jr. has, the same as Carmelo has, the same as we have. Remember, y'all, this all comes back to this. This is the root of everything, okay? This is what Black Ops is going to tell you right now. This is the root of all. We are in an era now where the Black grassroots is in control of the Black community. Remember this, y'all. Go back to slavery. It was the House in IGGA who was in control of the day-to-day operations. After that, in Reconstruction, it was the certifieds. We were in control. Look how we progressed, right? Then go to the Civil Rights era. It was the grassroots who was in control. Look how we progressed. Then go to the 1990s and the Boule era. Look how we fell back. Every time the Boule is in control or the sellouts are in control, Black Americans go backwards. Every time the grassroots is in control, Black Americans go forward. But this is the first time in modern history where we are in control. And everybody's having to maneuver around what we're doing. This is why things are so strong and so powerful, is that we have changed the way everything is going on. So if you are somebody who's sensitive to energy, you feel it. And you feel it before you see it. See, sometimes energy meets before you meet somebody. Sometimes you'll meet somebody's energy or feel their energy before they're physically in your presence, right? Sometimes your energy will tell you the way things are about to go before it ever turns. Energy is the ability to be able to forecast and to see what's around that corner before you poke your head around that corner. And I think we're all seeing it going into this summer. You're starting to see it. And remember, the summer going to go into autumn and it's going to go into winter. It's going to be a whole thing. This ain't just seasonal. But I'll tell you one damn thing. Y'all know when that sun is shining bright, we get right along with it. So this energy that we're seeing, that sister a minute ago, she made a good point. She was like, there's a lot of precedents being set. All right. And the precedents of self-defense is in right now. I'm starting to get that real Black Panther energy. Okay. And I ain't talking about that weak ass movie. I'm talking about the real life Black Panthers. I'm starting to get that type of vibration. I'm getting that real Black folks ain't playing. And it's one thing politically, it's another thing socially. I don't think people understand how on cold Black America is. And I don't think people understand how strong Black America is right now and how we're out here putting in serious work. And the work is very, very prominent. And I'm loving it. I'm loving every step of it because it's showing you, y'all, this is going to set weight. Every day, you're dealing with thousands, millions of new certifieds. And it's good that those new certifieds are born into this energy. If they're born into Boule stuff, they're going to grow up on some Boule stuff. So it's picture perfect time that we turned everything around. And we're not letting these people punk us. We're not letting these people get off on us. We're not letting these people just disrespect us straight to our face. Okay? Yeah, I feel y'all. See, I got a lot of people in there to kind of feel the vibe, feel the energy. You know what I'm saying? I've been feeling it brewing for the last few years, but man, has it taken over. It has taken over. And they know that it's taken over. Everything that we're saying, family, they know. Everything. There's not nothing that we're going to say right here, fam, that these people aren't well aware of. They're well aware of the way FBA is moving along, and they're afraid of it. That's why I tell you all the time, they only try to scare you because you've got them scared, all right? That's how the fear game works. They're so afraid of what FBA is doing, and it's a very powerful thing. And one of the biggest aspects of that, y'all, is that we've self-identified. We self-identified. You got to remember, y'all, if somebody has the ability to name you, they have the ability to control you. If somebody has the ability to feed you, they have the ability to starve you. Everything that you do goes through them. Now we done cut them off. We done ran off on the plug, okay? Everything we do is about us. They can't control us no more because they can't name us. When somebody calls you an African American, you start thinking like an African American. They created the term African American, so now you've put that jacket on using their definition. When you call yourself a foundational Black American that you created for yourself, well, now you have the ability to do as you choose by yourself. And that's what's going on right now. We have the ability to do whatever we want and whatever we please. And we don't have any of these people that we got to go ask them for it or what's going on or what's happening or what's going to be here tomorrow. Folks is walking through courtrooms with their chin up and chest out, bawling. That didn't really go down before. And if it did go down before, family, it was onesies and twosies. And that's another thing, because somebody be like, yo, there's always people out there grinding. Not like this, though. Not as many. All right. It's different when you know you got a whole fam behind you and they all coming with it and they all standing on business and they all out here grinding. And they'll send out the tethers. All right. They'll send the tethers out here and the tethers will try to come out and try to get a word in. They'll try to send out a few people to try to steal from us and try to take what we've got. None of that stuff is going to stick. None of that stuff's going to stick. None of that stuff's going to fly. All that stuff is going to fall straight to the wayside, And let me tell you how strong it is. Look at this right here, y'all. You want to talk about on the grind? Look at this right here. Inmate Rodney Hinton. Y'all look at this right here. Look what brothers and sisters are doing. Look at this. Deposit denied. Sorry, the inmate has reached the deposit limits. The limits are 50 deposits totaling a max of $200 in a 14-day period. Do y'all know that foundational Black American brothers and sisters have donated to this brother so much that they're trying to stop his donation? I'm not talking about GoFundMe's. I'm talking about putting money on his books. I'm talking about his commissary. I'm talking about his day-to-day stuff. It's one thing, family, when you talking about people out here putting $1 here or there on the GoFundMe page. Do you know brothers and sisters are dropping the bag so much on this brother that they're saying, okay, let's wait a minute. Let's allow some of this to grow. Let's let some of this come up so then we can change the game. This is what FBA been doing, y'all. This is what it is. So you add that to the Carmelo, and then now this, we showing out with our money. I remember a time when they were saying, we need to get our money and keep our money. Fam, we're doing it with our money. Think about this. One of the things that stopped us and plagued us for the longest amount of time is brothers and sisters wasn't putting their dollars on the table. We putting them dollars on the table. Anytime we see an injustice, we see people putting them dollar bills. So think about it. Economically, we holding each other down. Physically, we holding each other down. You got fathers protecting their sons. You got teenagers who are doing self-defense. So we're physically and economically and mentally, we foundational, we naming ourselves. You got everything. Mentally, physically, spiritually, y'all. We all in one now. We all in one. What they going to do about that? They can't change the game. They can't change the game. And we understand the way that the energy's been moving and the way the energy's been functioning. And it's all working for us and not them. It's all on our side and nobody else's. That's what makes things so great. That's what makes this just completely different and separate. And the situation that's going on right now in Cincinnati, that goes to show you. And then we're also connecting the dots. We're connecting the dots and showing everybody, man, we've been on it for a long time. We've been on it for a long time. We were talking about Cincinnati earlier today. And how I talked about now that we know our lineage. See, let me tell you about your lineage. Lineage isn't just about reparations, all right? Reparations is an aspect of us knowing our lineage. It's also a spiritual thing when you know your lineage, and it's also understanding the system of supremacy and how they've operated to us in different areas so we can go back and watch the way that people have tried to play us. Look at Cincinnati. We was talking about Cincinnati, Ohio right now, and we were talking about some of the things they've done in Cincinnati. Cincinnati has a very strong history of anti-blackness. See, when you're walking around here thinking about being an African-American, you thinking about what went on in apartheid, where you done had those things go on right here. Look at this situation. How many of you guys are familiar with some of the anti-blackness, obviously, that has went on throughout, obviously, the South and the Midwest, places that we're all from, things that we all know about, places that we've all been to. It's all the same for us, family. We know exactly. But how many of you guys are familiar with Margaret Garner. How many of you guys are familiar with that? Margaret Garner is the lady from the infamous story about how a woman, she unalived her children because she didn't want her kids born into the system of supremacy. This is a very, very famous story from the 1800s. Okay, I believe they cover this in one of the Hidden Colors films from the Hidden Colors series. Shout out to Tyrie. I believe so. Margaret Garner was the woman who said that she would rather not her kids not live than to live in this oppressive system of anti-blackness. See, a lot of people who've been running around here talking about what's the word Johannesburg, they may not have known these things. We do. This all goes back to that history that we talk about in Cincinnati, Ohio. So we can connect the dots now on everything that is going on now. No coincidence that you have this type of stuff happening, family. No coincidence that we see what's going on. This is a mural that they made for her, going back to what occurred back then. I've known about this story for the longest amount of time, being from Ohio, and like we said, the energy that's going on. And by the way, let's not forget this as well. That video that came out about those brothers and sisters out there, where were they at? They was running the people off the block and they got together, their little group. That was in Cincinnati, Ohio. That just went on. It was just what? A month ago, when them brothers and sisters out in Cincinnati, they got together and had their own group. The whole thing's down. Didn't I just say a Black Panther energy is in the atmosphere? And it was in Cincinnati, Ohio, that brothers and sisters together, they got together and made their own group to protect the block, to protect themselves. Then right after that, right on the heels of that, you get this Rodney Hinton Jr. situation. But bringing it all the way back to Cincinnati, Ohio. Going all the way back to Margaret Garner. Like I said, very, very famous story that a lot of people have heard about. It showed everybody that slavery, as everyone knows, it came to the Ohio River, and if you made it to Cincinnati, they would let you go. If you made it to Cincinnati, you was free. Until the dominant society turncoated, like they've always done, and they start making deals to come find each other, okay? To come get a Black person who ran away. She was born a slave in 1833 in the Maplewood Plantation in Boone County, Kentucky. Been there. Is to a house as a servant, all right? This is what's been going on. This is the story of this lady, okay? She worked as a house slave and an owner for a guy named Archibald Gaines and his family. She ended up being basically harmed left and right, and you know what they were doing to our women back then, okay? Left and right by her slave masters. In 1849, she married Robert Gardner, an enslaved man. Not long after her marriage, okay, they ended up selling the plantation and all the slaves to this younger brother. The younger brother was a predator who used to be, you know, RAPing Margaret Garner, all right? So what ended up happening, fam, is that on January 28th, 1856, they got tired of everything. And what she ended up doing is that her husband, their kids, they all did exactly what Robert Smalls did down here in South Carolina, okay? They left the damn plantation. Some of us did fight back. Along with several others, they dipped. Robert Gardner, he stole the slave master's horses. The slave, he got him one of them things, straps, okay? And 17 people, they all left. And they all were trying to get to the Underground Railroad. The Garners and all of their children eventually made their way to Margaret's uncle's house. He himself had been an former enslaved person who made it across the Ohio River and made it off into the Cincinnati area, which used to be a refuge for slaves. That right there is the plantation in Boone County, Kentucky. See, this is what happens when you connect your lineage. You're not running around here calling yourself a damn African American and worrying about what's going on in apartheid. All right. So they all got their stuff. They all riled up and they dipped. They split. They all got there, but they were unlucky because the United States Marshals, acting under the Fugitive Slave Act, caught them in their safe house in Cincinnati and surrounded the property. And remember, the Fugitive Slave Act was an agreement between the North and the South. The North and the South, where they said, we're going to get together because we're all supremacist relatives. Damn the Republicans and the Democrats and the left and the right. We're all friends, and we're going to make a deal that says if somebody escapes to this free Ohio, we will return them. That's exactly what ended up happening, family. So they surrounded them using the Fugitive Slave Act and slave catchers, which is what? What are the slave catchers? The slave catchers are the police in Cincinnati. Yes. So all the way back to Margaret Garner in the 1800s, we're talking about the slave catcher police in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's interesting because when it comes to Rodney Hinton Jr. and Margaret Garner, they all dealt with the same people from the same place, so it must be the same exact thing. Checkmate. Soon as they got there and all of the slaves were in that house and all those people started to rile up around them, Robert Gardner, the dad, he was out there with that thing and he was popping back and forth with the police. Yes, indeed. What ended up happening while her husband was exchanging fire with the authorities, it ended up dawning on Margaret Garner that minutes before her children would be caught, she took the life of one of her children. And she was on record saying, I would rather have my child gone than have them born into enslavement. This is what ended up happening. Then the police, Cincinnati Police Department, ran in and they ended up taking her into custody as well as the husband into custody. Do y'all know they put these people through a damn trial? And guess what they tried them for, family? They tried them not only for running, but they tried her for unaliving her child. Now think about this. Why would they give a damn? They out there unaliving black folks all the damn time. And guess what? Now they want to hold her responsible for unaliving her child. Notice that they'll flip-flop any other time they don't mind a black child being harmed. Hell, they had you as a slave. But then they said, we're going to press charges on her for that. So they rounded all of them back. They put them on trial. They end up sending them back to Kentucky. And then they ended up coming to find them. They end up searching for them, family. It's a crazy, crazy goddamn game. What ended up happening, family, is after they went through this tumultuous trial right there in Ohio, they ended up in 1858, at the age of 25, Margaret passed away. Her last words to her husband were never marry again in slavery. Never marry again in slavery. And it was told that her child, her other kids that survived, flew over the boat. That right there is what I'm talking about my people in Cincinnati. That's what I'm talking about right there. This shows you how it is out there. There you go. Look at this is where she's from. They said that she was elated to finally pass away. Listen to this, y'all. There goes the Ohio River right there. Okay. Once you cross that Ohio River, you were supposed to be free until they enacted the Slave Act. And then all those race soldiers from Cincinnati, the same way the race soldiers in Cincinnati are coming after Rodney Hinton Jr. It's the same exact way. She was elated that she finally passed away. And she was also elated that a few of her kids passed away because she felt she would rather have them all go together than to live in the oppressive system of anti-blackness. This is a famous story that goes right to the doorstep of Cincinnati, Ohio, with Margaret Garner, Robert Garner, their kids, and how she was willing to unalive her own family just so she can escape anti-black racism. And it goes to show you again, in the same exact place, absolutely almost 200 years later, that Rodney Hinton Jr. was willing to face the oppression and the oppressors to defend his child. What do you see? Black woman, her children in the system of supremacy in the 1800s. And here you have a black man, his child in the system of supremacy in the 2000s. Ain't nothing changed but the numbers on the range, everybody. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. You got the same exact city with the same exact anti-blackness. And this time, back in the old days, you had a sister who was willing to give it all up so her kids didn't have to live through it. Nowadays, you got a brother who's willing to go out for his kid who had to go through it. Damn right there's an energy shift. Damn right there's a different vibe. And damn right we're moving in a whole nother generation. And don't let them tell you about this man and how bad this man was and everything about him, because I'm going to show y'all Black Alpha exclusive. For every last one that they talk about, family, always remember that people are willing to put it all on the line for their kids, fam. All on the line for their children. Yes, indeed. This is what they don't show you. This is what they don't ever give you credit for. And this is what they don't ever want Black folks to understand. At the end of the day of all this, you're dealing with an anti-you oppressive system and an anti-lineage oppressive group. And you got a father's love, which is the same as a mother's love and a sister's love and a brother's love. You ain't ever going to see them show you this on national TV. You ain't ever going to have them showing you this on the television or social media. But this goes to show you, fam, if you came to any conclusion other than writing for your own and holding your own down, you in the wrong line of work. You in the wrong business, fam. This is all about FBA, and FBA is all about that family tree, and that family tree is all about protecting it. If you ain't protecting your own, then you can't come around us. If you ain't standing on business, you got to get away from us. So at the bottom line, fam, we send a certified salute to this brother, Rodney Hinton Jr., to Ryan Hinton, and the whole family, because we all deal with the same system, and it's damn good to see people stand back and fight the damn system. That's how it's supposed to be. So salute to that brother, family, and anybody who says anything otherwise, damn them. This is certified time. That's what it is. So you can go all the way back in Cincinnati. You got the same history. You can go all the way back in Alabama. You can go all the way back in Mississippi. What's the common denominator? The system of supremacy, that group of individuals, and us standing on business. But you see, when we stand on business and we do things the correct way and the proper way, they don't win. When we stand on business and we don't give a damn about people being sweet and all these sweet nothings and being friendly, diddly, windly, we win. When we stand on business and we saying, I'm going to take care of mine, you're going to take care of yours, we win. And it's a great thing when you win, family, because that gives a different advantage to the next generation. When the next generation grows up with winning opposed to losing, things get better. And when I say things get better, we're not talking about better for everyone else. We're talking about our own, meaning you make 100, you make 200. That's better. 200 turned into 300, 300 turned into 500. You turn that into 1,000, 1,000 turned into 1,000,000. And we got our eyes on the big prize. We play for big stakes. Mission accomplished, objective reached. That's the energy that's sweeping across the nation. You ain't got to wait for it to come, because if you haven't noticed, you're in the midst of it. You're in the midst of this energy shift. You're in the midst of this energy change. All my brothers and sisters who feel that energy, you feeling it strong right now, ain't you? And it's lovely, fam. It's almost like when you got the butterflies in your stomach because you know it's about to go down. But you know when it go down this time, you don't have 3 Black folks riding with you. You got 4 Black folks. You got all of us. You dig? See, the difference between back in the old days and today, when we wanted to go and do something of standing on business, we had to go to about 20 of us and pick out 3. Now, when we stand on business, when we want 20 of us, we got 20 who are coming. And numbers mean everything. And we got the numbers on our side right now, y'all. And it's a beautiful, lovely damn thing. So it is on and popping, and we out here working. Hold on, y'all. My niece is calling me. Hold on. Young lady. Hey, I'm on live right now. And there's like 1.2 thousand people in here right now. Y'all say hi to my niece. Say hi. All right. All right. I'll call you when I'm done. All right. Bye. Be careful. Apologize, y'all. My niece. Matter of fact, it's all love, fam. This is FBA. I'm talking about love, fam. You know this Black Alpha, fam. Ain't nothing scripted. We're going to put it all on the line, okay? Straight up and down. And you know, I'm from Ohio, okay? That call comes from Ohio. So this is what it's about. We in here. I'm talking about Ohio. I'm talking about spirituality. I'm talking about energy. I get a phone call from Ohio, y'all. So this is what it's all about. This FBA, this family, y'all. We don't give a damn about none of that. If we're going to be talking about that spirit, we're going to be talking about that energy and that vibe, y'all, we're going to put it on the table. So, yes, indeed. This is the energy and the vibrations, fam. I see y'all. I see y'all. Yes. So, we out here riding, fam, for the family. And I'm sitting there. It'd be crazy. You see another person going to sit here and talk about family, y'all, and they going to be skipping stuff. I'm talking about family, and y'all my family, and then my actual blood family calls me, and I'm on the phone with my blood family talking to my certified family, and it's all a family affair. Ain't that great? That's how we doing it. So, yes, fam, we in here heavy, And we always going to represent our lineage. And I want y'all to know, fam, from Rodney Hinton Jr. to his son, to Carmelo Anthony, to the young brother down in Mississippi, to the brothers up there in northern Georgia, to all of your family, we going to have to protect ourselves, y'all. And we doing it. we going to have to stand on business, and we doing it. It's one thing to say you're going to do it, and it's another thing when you actually get it done. So that's where we are. And speaking of getting things done, y'all, I got a question I got to ask to the family, because y'all know it's FBA Friday, right? And we FBA certified regulators, right? And we come in with that real smoke. Then I got a question that I got to see right here, since it's a family affair. Who we got right here? When were y'all born? Do we got any 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s babies? I need to know that right now, because it's a beautiful thing when I got all my certifieds in the building. And I just want to know right now, do we got the 60s babies, the 70s babies, the 80s babies, or the 90s babies? Because I've been listening to a hell of a lot of Supremes lately. Okay, I've been listening to some Four Tops lately, and I've been listening to some Temptations lately, and I've been going down the list, and I got to ask some people a question right now. What had the best era of music? And this came across my timeline, and I need to know right now how y'all feel about this. Is it the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, or the 1990s, y'all? And just because that's the era you was born don't mean that's got to be the era you pick. But I've been having some real back and forth about this case, and I need to understand, which one do y'all feel made the best R&B music? Me personally, I think I got to go with the 90s. I might be on the 90s right there, family. I might just be on the 90s. I'm not sure. I'm going to come up with something as we speak, family. But yes, this is what it is, fam. Old school 70s. I see 90s. I see 90s. Okay, let's get it. Oh, it's on and popping. Y'all already know. 60s. Man, the groups is crazy. The groups is crazy. All day. This is the music that lasts forever right here. This is the music that lasts forever. Not the stuff that come for a week and then it be gone, okay? This is the music that lasts forever. I mean, damn. I get on my vibes and the 80s was cool. The 80s is like not there though. I'm sorry. The 80s had like a couple good acts, but some of that 80s stuff is just 90s, okay. 80s, say 80s was baby making music. Okay, so the 80s is being represented in here. Yeah, that's tough to answer. Okay, yeah, the Supremes, Marvin Gaye. I've been listening to that heavy the last few days. My YouTube just been rolling. 60s and 70s, hands down. Oh, said hands down, representing. Okay, y'all know we got to pull out the challenges up in here and see what's really hitting right now. Okay, so I see. Okay, y'all got some good answers so far. Let's see what else we got. Okay, you said the 90s. Okay, learn from the 60s. Yep, that is true. I love the 60s, but there's something special about the 70s groups. Yeah. Okay. All of the above. Okay. Yes. Man, I remember, man, if y'all get the chance, I'm telling y'all, if y'all get the chance, go watch the Four Tops versus the Temptations. It was like the first versus. It was the Motown, I want to say like 25th year anniversary thing. And they was battling. It was crazy. I remember being a kid watching that, which not when it went on, but a teacher I had it on VHS, and I was in school, and I remember watching it. I was like, damn. Yep, the 80s. Okay, yep, the 80s did. Yep, that's true. You're right about that with the 80s. Yep. Hey, yep, there you go. Good point. Yep, yeah, Luther. I can't leave out Luther. Yep, yeah. And the 2000s, man, the 2000s hit. The 2000s is like the early 2000s. They still had some people that were snapping in the early Usher, Chris Brown was booming. It started kind of getting lost like later, but it was booming. Michael Jackson was so cold. Michael Jackson had hits in every single one of these eras, basically. Yeah, Bootsy Collins from Cincinnati. Yep, Cincinnati. Ohio don't be getting Bootsy Collins don't get his credit. You know what I'm saying? Ohio played Bone Thugs and Harmony. You know what I'm saying? Ohio really represents. James Brown is my favorite. I love me some James Brown. Yeah, Motown 25. That's what it was, sister. Okay. Yeah. I ain't never seen. They was battling. I remember the Four Tops went into Baby I Need Your Love and the crowd went crazy. And then the Temptations broke into My Girl and the crowd went crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like that. 60 soul music. All right. Yeah, Donnie Hathaway. Yep. Yeah, Michael Jackson was the man at that. Yeah, he was. At that time, Mike was on fire. I be trying to tell these people, man, I know Michael Jackson got new super fans born every day. I ain't mad at nobody. But if you remember that it's hard for us to really like anybody who lived through Michael Jackson, particularly at his peak. It's hard for you to really hear any of these other people get spoke about and anywhere near him because you just can't. You just can't because Mike was just different. It was different. It was what they say. You had to be there. You had to be there for a lot of that Mike stuff. You just can't compare. That's why when they was running around here saying all these people like Drake was the next Michael Jackson, man, we weren't going for none of that. It was different. It was completely different back then. Yep. Roger Zapp, Ohio players. Got to give it up. Cool in the gang. Yeah, y'all remember Roberta Flack. Good one. Yep. Donnie Hathaway. Yep. Yeah, Roger, man. Roger got to get all his credit. We got to give much love to Roger. I love Roger. Oh, my goodness. Love Roger. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, Mike was different. Yeah, when Mike was at his peak, absolutely. At 83, 4, off the wall, man, Mike, it was just people had to be there. If you weren't there, you ain't experienced that, man, that's something different. That's something completely different. Yeah, his energy was like no other. Michael Jackson, the only person I ever seen where whenever he be dancing on his show or he dancing in his videos, he danced better than the professional dancers. How? Because, typically the singers just kind of going through the choreography and dancing around. Mike was in there dancing better than the damn dancers were dancing. I ain't never seen nothing like that. I'm sitting there looking at the people in the back, and I'm sitting there thinking Mike could quit being a singer and dance better. He could take your job. That boy was bad. Yeah, Whitney Houston. Yep. Shout out Tony Braxton. Yep. Much respect. Yeah, Roger. Love me some Roger. Yes, indeed. Yeah, okay. Oh, Isaac Hayes. Yep. Oh, Purple Rain. Oh, you seen this concert in 85? Oh, I know that was crazy. Good. Yeah, what they say with Prince, they say that boy, that boy write his own music. When I say write his own music, he writes his own music. This man wrote music, not like lyrics. The man wrote music. Something special. We seen them all, man. Like we seen them all. Yeah, we did. Yes, we definitely did. We seen them all. Yep. Y'all remember when them award shows back in the day? Award shows, they fell off, man. Award shows, everybody in America used to be watching them award shows. Award shows used to be hitting back in the day. Now award shows, don't nobody even give a damn about an award show. Don't nobody care. Award shows used to be so off the charts when we was younger, y'all. And then all of a sudden people start showing up wearing costumes and stuff, man. We like, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Commodores, good point. Yep. Smokey Robinson get his credit. Oh, matter of fact, we're going to talk about Smokey. I'm going to be back on Sunday, fam. We're going to talk about that. Oh, you said he was banned in your city? Who was that? Was it Prince? Is that what you're talking about? I know they did not like that. Yeah, Sam Cooke, the originator. Yeah, they used to be dressing. They had Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, the war shows used to be crazy. Crazy. Yeah, Soul Train. You just can't compete. You can't compete. No, you just can't compete. We was different. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know why I'm saying we. I was younger. That's another thing, too. We used to say we a lot in generations that was older than us. You know what I'm saying? We'd be like, shit, we. When really, that was like a lot of that stuff was older than us, but it's all good. Yeah, ever since Mike and, they fell, the war shows just went down. You know what I'm saying? I started seeing they show up wearing goofy costumes, and it became all about getting clicks and stuff. Like, them shows just be something. Oh, Prince, okay. Yeah, they didn't like when Prince used to come. Prince used to come up in there and just change the game. See, Prince was so cold. The whole music industry now is doing what Prince was talking about back in 1993 when he started calling himself Symbol. Or what was it, like the artist or something, the artist with no name? Everything that back then he was talking about came true. Prince been talking about masters. Prince been talking about owning your own. He been talking about how the music industry, remember he walked around with a thing that said slave on it. And they was like, whoa, Prince was the first one talking about we need to get rid of these labels. And now look, labels are pretty much done. People are doing it on their own with their own social media and streaming out their own stuff. Prince been on that way back in the day. And now everybody's on basically what he was saying. All that stuff with digital music. Remember Prince was going on tour. This was just in the early 2000s. Prince was going on tour. And everybody who came to his tours where he was giving his CDs, he was selling his CDs at his tour. And since he had these massive tours, he ended up selling millions of records. So he was going platinum off of selling his records at his tour instead of going through a record label. And all of the people from the record industry, SoundScan, they didn't like that because he was taking all the power away from them. They was like, oh no, we got to stop that. Yeah, the artist formerly known as Prince. That's what it was. Yeah, the artist formerly known as Prince. Yeah, Minneapolis, shout out. Yeah, they didn't like that stuff. The man said, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on tour, and I sell millions of tickets anyway. And everybody who comes to my tour are going to want to buy an album. So when them people came to his tour and he was selling his album, he was going double, triple platinum off of his tour because he eliminated the record label and he eliminated retail. So you eliminated both of those and you selling your own records. Oh, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. What they do, y'all. Y'all know what they end up doing to Prince. I ain't gonna say all that. Yep. He taught Jay-Z. I heard stories about was it Nas? Prince told him, I ain't making no music with you. You don't own your masters. DMX, he told DMX that. He been on that type of stuff. And now you see that the record labels ain't really about nothing. They ain't really about nothing. Yeah, Sister Sledge. Good point. Yep. Oh, yeah, Sam Cooke, Otis Redding. Yep, they had their masters, and we seen what happened to them. You notice in the music industry, look at some of the W's in the music industry, right? You got Ozzy Osbourne, who's like 1 billion years old, and the guy shakes when he talks. Still around, though, right? All of these black artists end up disappearing. Something ends up happening to them, something very skeptical. I don't believe what ended up happening. I don't agree with what happened to Prince was just something that happened. Same with Michael Jackson. Same with Whitney Houston. I think all of those were foul play. Absolutely. I think all of that was foul play. You name them. You name the black artists. It is always some fishy, mysterious circumstance. I was just having a conversation the other day with my wife, and I was saying, we don't have too many of our living legends anymore because they start going like this, just gone. You know, we always had living legends. We don't have too many. How many living legends do we really have in terms of the music industry? We don't have as many because something crazy ended up happening. Yep, Whitney Houston, best singer ever. I agree. You're going to go ahead and get that posted up. That's my favorite singer ever, man or woman. Whitney Houston, hands down the greatest. Love her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Rick James. Yep, shout out. Yep. Angie Stone. Absolutely. It's just still happening. There's always a catch. You go to Angie Stone. The Whitney Houston thing is very funny style. Michael Jackson, Prince, even Don Cornelius. Some weird stuff happened with Don Cornelius that a lot of people's looking at it like, nah. Left Eye, Aaliyah, really weird stuff. If y'all ever get the opportunity to, there's an interview out there with Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony, and he's talking about Aaliyah, and he's talking about Tupac and Biggie, and he says that right before Tupac ended up getting harmed, he told Tupac that he could come stay with him. He got a place and all that. Pac looked at him like, yeah, whatever. And he said, right after that, he goes, Aaliyah is somebody else that you know if they would have listened to you, they'd still be here. And then Busy froze. And then the interview was like, huh, what about Aaliyah? And then Busy kind of snapped out and was like, oh, never mind, and went on to another subject. So, yeah, there's a whole gang of foul play. Pimp C, I'm glad you put that. Absolutely. Yep. Pimp C. Yep. More crazy, strange things. Yeah. Angie, like the Angie Stone thing. We sent her a dedication just the other day. Oh, Aaliyah's your birthday twin. Much respect. Yeah, real crazy things always with the black artists, fam. I don't believe none of that stuff. Yep, absolutely with Left Eye. Jimi Hendrix, another one. Absolutely. Yep. Real crazy things, fam, always go down. And you don't see this with anybody else. No other forms of artistry do you see this. And you notice what's the common denominator is that the black artists typically get bigger than the industry, or the black artists are just quite frankly better. They're just better and they sell more records. So it's always some funny style stuff going on. Always some funny style stuff. That's just the way the game is. Yeah, it's always funny. Yeah, I see y'all. Y'all got some good names in there. Yep. Luther. Yep, we say they don't make it out clean. Think about that right there. That goes to the famous Eddie Griffin interview. Eddie Griffin just did an interview. Just a regular interview. There's plenty of interviews he's done. But he has a famous interview where nobody makes it out clean. He said black men, and I'll say black women, don't make it out clean. You mean to tell me in a random ass interview he said something so prominent that it became a legendary statement? So you know there's some crazy stuff going on. And that's just how the game goes. Sam Cooke's the originator. Yeah, y'all seen that documentary with Sam Cooke? I haven't seen it. My brother was telling me about it. I think I heard Tariq talking about it, where all types of foul, funny style stuff with Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke was out there, again, always, they were beating the system. They were always ahead of the system, always on some cool stuff. I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm going to be honest with you right now. Look at the Diddy situation. Despite whatever Diddy got going on or whatever Diddy was doing, I'm still sitting here thinking you got a one-man RICO. How you got a one-man RICO charge, family? That's still just crazy. A one-man RICO. This is what it is. And this is going on now. I think we're going to talk about the Diddy trial here on Tuesday. I think we're going to talk about it because there's a lot of stuff. By the way, it's an all-W prosecution in the Diddy trial. And they've already got a lot of shenanigans. But think about Diddy right now. Diddy in jail, Suge Knight in jail. You seen Irv Gotti. You know what I'm saying? All those guys got raided when they was going to get together. Y'all remember the story where I think it was Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, I think Damon Dash, Jay Prince. They was all going to get together and make a music union, and they all got hit by the feds. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah. A lot of people said that Jay-Z told. You know what I'm saying? I'm just word on the street. Yep. Nipsey. How can I leave that out? You know what I'm saying? The Nipsey situation. A lot of crazy things, fam. And it's always seemed to be towards us. Whitney Houston, like we said, you mean to tell me with Whitney Houston situation and her daughter ends up going the same exact way, and then her daughter's boyfriend, he's gone now too? Man, they just write down the list. Write down the list. Yep. You saw Jimi Hendrix in Vancouver in 68? Oh, wow. Oh, I know that was crazy. Yep. Yeah. R. Kelly. Yep. Got R. Kelly on that one-man RICO. Got R. Kelly. How you going to have people with one-man RICOs? They'll literally go out there, the DA, and be like, this is a RICO charge. And then we'll look and be like, where's the other people at? Where the other people at? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all ain't lying. Yep. Because they want your masters. They want your masters. They get your masters, you good forever. They good for life if they get your masters. That's what it is. If either you're going to be bigger than the system, bigger than the program. Michael Jackson was bigger than the program. Prince was bigger than the program. And they were both rebellious. Or they just simply want your masters. It's like 5 or 6 different reasons why they want to get you. You know what I'm saying? Why they want to get you. That's why people got to be very, very cautious when they get into that music industry. Look at all those little rappers that be getting clipped up. The little rappers and stuff, they be getting clipped up. Now, a lot of people don't look at them as like big people, but it still be a lot of funny style stuff for some of these rappers that all be associated with certain distribution companies, and then they all end up getting the same fate. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Y'all making some good points. Good points. Yep. As you said, Chris Brown on his masters, good. You gotta always watch your back. You need to stay with it. They already tried to take that brother down. You know what I'm saying? They got to stay with it. Oh, you and your husband saw James Brown? I know that was it. I know that was good. Super dope. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said Jack Johnson was the first one-man RICO. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Right. Yeah, Run DMC went through it. Yeah, it's crazy. Yep. It's crazy the way these games go and the way they pit people against each other and the way they kind of scam and they hustle everything. It's always something with a black artist. It's always something with a black artist. That's just what it is. We're going to break down the Diddy case, fam. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to be back on Sunday, fam. We got some stuff we're going to talk about, but we're going to break down the Diddy case because we need to go ahead and get ahead of that, fam. Me personally, I'm going to give just a little thing about the Diddy thing. I'm going to say something, fam. What P. Diddy should have done, soon as they was pressing charges on him, he should have threw a press conference in broad daylight and named all the goddamn names of everybody. Because I don't believe that Diddy is being locked up right. I don't think he's being locked up and they are accepting him telling. Remember when he got locked up, everybody was like, oh, Diddy about to tell? They locked Diddy up so he couldn't publicly tell. This has not, fam, they know the names of everybody that is associated. Anybody who is affiliated with this Puffy case, all the other co-conspirators, you don't think that the dominant society and the authorities already know who they are? Then how come they haven't came out? This isn't about them needing information from Diddy. This is about them stopping Diddy from giving information to the public. That's what that's about, y'all. That's what that's about. That's what all that's about. That's straight up. Fam, Diddy should have threw a press conference in broad daylight, told on everybody. That's what he should have did. He should have came out and been like, man, this person, that person, every goddamn body. That's what he should have did. Instead, they end up I think they locked him up to be quiet. I don't think they locked him up for information. This isn't somebody who robbed a bank. Like you go rob a bank and then they get you and then they say, tell me who you did it with. And you say, my homeboy, my other homeboy, my cousin. They didn't get Diddy to snitch. They got him so he didn't publicly snitch on everybody. They called him in. They said, get him. This is what this is about, man. We're going to go in on that Diddy case, fam. We're going to go in on that. We're going to go in on that on Tuesday, fam. We're going to break that all the way down. This wasn't about Diddy. If Diddy came right, trust me, Diddy came there the first day and said, I'm willing to tell on everybody. And they said, oh, we don't even want to hear it. No, but I'm saying I want to tell on everybody. Nope, we don't care. But I got all the footage. I got all the videos. That's okay. Keep it. That's what that's about, y'all. That's what I'm telling you. Diddy, how y'all think Diddy gonna beat this? I don't see a way. I don't think so.
Anytime they come to lock you up, family, to keep information, you'd be better off if they wanted you to tell than if they were trying to stop you from telling. Diddy should have told on everybody. That's what he should have done. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, a white cover up. Absolutely, family. Boy, my brother Damon be on it, boy. You be hitting them facts, fam. Yep, yeah, all that baby oil and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like all the baby oil was just for him. You know what I'm saying? Like the baby oil was just for him. He had it. There was trees. And then they start putting out all these little things about it. That's why the term Diddy party and all that, I quit using that because they're going to start hitting people with Diddy party. That's going to become the thing to indict people. Y'all seeing Smokey Robinson? We sitting here talking about what right now? Look what we talking about right now. And y'all seeing this week, they're coming after Smokey Robinson. They coming after Smokey. Fam, they like, we going to get Smokey Robinson now. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, be cautious because it starts off with people laughing. Oh, no Diddy party. And the next thing you know, they're going to be charging your cousin saying he was at a Diddy party. I'm telling you, everything, they use celebrities as catalysts to lock up average, everyday black people. All right? Anytime they put a jacket of criminality on one black person, I don't care if you're a working person, I don't care if you're a celebrity, it's going to cast a shadow over everybody. That's exactly what it's going to do. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to do. They're going to always do those type of things. Diddy party is going to eventually become a catalyst to come after just regular black people. They're going to use Diddy party and try to lock up Carmelo Anthony. I'm telling you. And they're not going to say he was at the Diddy party. They're going to say he was having Diddy parties. I'm telling you. The term Diddy party has become a term that is going to lock black folks up. That's why at first it was funny and all that, but nah, it's really not. It's really not. And at the end of the day, the way they're coming after, bro, I'll be honest with you. I don't see how he beats his case. I don't see how he beats his case at all. You know what I'm saying? And you got all these different people, Epstein, all these people. No, nothing. Once again, y'all said you got 1, 2, 3, one-man RICOs. One-man RICO family. Think about that. When you got these anti-black groups that have organizations with cards, they got card-carrying members, and ain't nobody came after none of them. Now, none of them that got RICOs, and they're telling you they're a group. They're telling you we're an organization with 1,000 people. We all have cards, and we all do crimes. No RICOs for the anti-black groups, but a RICO for Diddy. You know, Diddy has gotten more RICO charges than every single anti-black American hate crime group for hundreds of years. One man. I'm telling you, it's going to be something. Yeah, Clive Davis done fell back. Clive, you don't see Clive Davis. You seen what's that man named Russell Simmons? He done went over to somewhere they don't really have like an extradition law. So they're out there hiding. There's a lot of folks out there hiding out there, man. They're out there hiding. Yep. Yeah, this trial gonna be, that's another thing this summer. Sooner, like that Diddy thing is going to take off, and they already set him up for the railroad. I seen Diddy's lawyer came out, and Diddy's lawyer said, like, I want Diddy to quit talking or something like that, he said. And I was like, quit talking. Don't be surprised if something goes down inside the jail. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, yeah, Jamie Foxx, a lot of that, Jimmy Iovine, all that stuff. These people have been doing it for years. They've been doing it for years, all of these people, they've been doing it for years, but they all escaped, all good to go. These folks live to be 200 years old, nothing. Got track record. Y'all been hearing about what Clive Davis was doing for years. Y'all matter of fact, think about this, y'all. Y'all notice how they're trying to put all of that Justin Bieber, how he's looking real rough right now. Y'all notice they keep putting that off on Puff. Puff has become the scapegoat and the catalyst for what a lot of those other people have been doing. Okay. I believe, and what I've heard, word on the street, is all alleged, that Clive Davis was doing a lot of those things to some of the people like Justin Bieber. Because word on the street, just all alleged things, okay? But now they're going to use Diddy for all that. They're going to start putting that off on him. You know what I'm saying? And we seen what happened with Jay-Z. You had that person come out and said Jay-Z did this, and then came back and said, "No, my bad." I don't believe nothing until it's completely 100% proven when it comes to any black person, because I understand the system. And if you watch the system, the way they hyper focus on us and nobody else, it becomes very, very clear. Very, very clear. So yeah, it's gonna be real. It's gonna be real. This is going to be a hell of a trial. We're going to break all that down, family. We're going to break all that down because there's so many people in the midst of this, so many individuals. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yep. Clyde was doing it to Puff. See, look at it. We've been, good point. We've been, see, this is the thing. FBA, we got our ear to the street. We ain't going to let none of these publications come in and try to tell us what's happening. We've been knowing what's going on. FBA been had our industry. We've been hearing about Puff, Clyde Davis, Russell Simmons. We've been hearing about these people for years.
Now they want to come to us and talk. R. Kelly, people been knew about R. Kelly. It took a TV show. Just being honest, the R. Kelly tape came out in 2000. R. Kelly didn't go to jail until what, 2016 or when was it, 2020? Come on, family, 20 years. They always pick the right time. They always pick the right time. They always do. The Prince situation, yeah, Minnie Riperton. Yeah, I love Minnie Riperton. Yep, the Prince situation, you know what I'm saying? We knew that was some funny style stuff with Prince, and a lot of people don't know that all of Prince's artistry has returned to the label. Michael Jackson, Sony ended up, all that stuff Michael Jackson was doing, that all went back to them W's. Y'all see who owns the Tupac estate? The Tupac estate is owned by a W man. A W. Why do you think you see Tupac shirts with rainbows on them? You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. They want your estate. They want to come and get your estate and take your stuff. They want to take your estate. They want to take all your intellectual properties and bring it on back home. There's so many artists that end up having something happen to them mysteriously. And when nobody's watching, it all goes back to the establishment or corporations. And we just don't know about it because it's always hush. It's always hush. Sony ended up getting back the rights, if I'm not mistaken, to Michael Jackson. All right. And what they do is they come to your family who owns your state. They either lowball you or they intimidate you. Notice that Joe Jackson ended up passing. And like right around that time, I think Sony, if I'm not mistaken, ended up getting back all that Michael Jackson material. Yeah. And then Prince, who was trying to keep them away from his stuff, they ended up getting everything back. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this is what they do. They just wait. This is why on the Black Alpha Network, you guys, you know, I'm always like the Carmelo Anthony thing. I don't want to cover the Carmelo Anthony thing when it's the number one headline. Yeah, we'll make shows about it. I want to continue to focus on it when it's not being talked about. See, when it's not being talked about, that's when they move in. You don't think these people know? You don't think they know that when you ain't looking is when they do the dirt? They'll have a whole show about you, talk about you, and it's in the headlines. Soon as nobody's talking about it no more, what happens? That's when things start going on. Right now with the Carmelo case, since it's not headline news right now with the Carmelo case, they're doing everything dirty right now. We got to watch it when it's not being spoke of. Look at the Tyrie Nichols. The Tyrie Nichols situation happened in what, 2021, 22? Okay. And just over the weekend, they was like, oh yeah, set them people free. Goodbye. You see, it's when ain't nobody looking, when it's not a headline no more, is when they do the dirt. You feel me? That's what they're trying to do right now. That's what they're trying to do. You feel me? So this is where they're going. Yeah, Justin Timberlake was trying to run with all that Prince stuff. Absolutely. So we're watching all of those things. So I'm keeping an eye on all of that stuff because I know the way the system works. They wait until ain't nobody watching no more. And that's when they go and do their dirt. And they don't like the fact that we're watching them consistently 24/7. So they can't pull nothing off a fast one because we too fast. They got to be quicker than that. You feel me? So yeah, it's been a lot of stuff going on, fam. A lot of stuff, a lot of crazy things. Everybody's breaking it down. And this has been a lovely, lovely, lovely energy that we've been casting on everybody. So they all see they can pull whatever they want, but they're not going to be able to do it because FBA is just too fast, too quick, too strong, too thorough for all of that, fam. But yes. All right, family. I'm going to let everybody enjoy their Friday. I appreciate y'all rocking with the Black Alpha Network, Certified Black Society all the time, 110. We in here, fam. We're going to be back on Sunday. Because it's going to be Tuesdays, it's going to be Fridays, it's going to be Sundays, and we might even drop again on Saturday, fam. Because my nature is just when it gets to moving and it gets real hot, fam, we let the fire burn all the way, turned all the way to the max. So that's what we're going to be doing, fam. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate the night, fam. We broke down the Rodney Hinton Jr. case. We broke down a father's love and how standing on business is the only business. We also broke down the Tyrie Nichols situation and how we're watching all of that and how that unfolds and it's still standing on business. We broke down how this summer is going to be something spectacular and we're going to stand on that business. And then on Sunday, we're going to be back again. We're going to stand on that business. So y'all stay good. Y'all stay lovely. Y'all stay tapped all the way in. It's lovely. Y'all rocking with Black Alpha Network, Supreme #1 activist. Got it on one. And we're going to continue to shine on the family. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the respect. Y'all enjoy y'all night. And you know I will see you back here again. That is a peace and love, a peace and love, peace and love. And always remember that black is beautiful and beautiful is always black. Free Huey.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.